All right, well then, good morning. I'm Tom. Welcome to Harvest Moon 64. Yeah, big shout out to Desert who is doing a whole lot of work to keep this marathon up and running on top of a 9 hour stream. Uh, so kudos to him for that. Um, yeah, so this is all photos. It's I think it's actually been in the marathon every year so far. It's just kind of a unique twist onto it. So this is my baby. I've been working on it for the last year. Um, so yeah, if you have any questions about what's going on, I'm going to try to explain it the best I can as I go through it. But thinking I've also been staring at it frame by frame, so it's none of it's new to me. But I'll try to explain the mechanics the best I can. There's a lot of kind of weird things going on all at once. You know, blink and you miss it because you manipulate the RNG and it goes super fast. All right, Desert, if you're ready, I'm gonna start it up here. Yeah, there it is. Oh man, yeah, there's so much time to save on the human world record for this, if only because we're very conservative when it comes to RNG. It's kind of interesting because you flip it around when you do the TAS. If you can manipulate, say, NPC locations, then the days that you want to play actually change around because you can manipulate where they are. So, like Saturdays, for instance, you play with Rick outside because he's more accessible. Whereas if you're playing just by hand, you don't want to take that 50-50 risk. All right, yeah. So first thing I want to mention is this is actually my first task. I did the best I could to make every single frame count. Like I don't cut any corners here. However, BizHawk was kind of funky with Harvest Moon 64, and if you're planning on doing or working with a task or actually emulation in general for this, I'd recommend looking into some of the Ocarina of Time stuff because for some reason, there's something unique about several very specific Nintendo 64 games where I don't know, it's something about how it runs, and you have to do very specific setups for it. So, yeah, I actually had to ask over on the Ocarina of Time forums. So actually, yeah, shout outs to them for a whole lot of help they gave me in just setting this up to begin with. But yeah, so for the beginning of this route, one of the biggest bottlenecks is that you can only give NPCs gifts once per day, and that's really the true bottleneck here at the beginning. The sprite is an exception to this, you'll see here in a second. You can spam him to 21 affection, which thankfully includes Lumber, which is very nice. But yeah, when I started off doing this, I didn't actually have an idea of a lot of the mechanics, and I've learned a whole lot more, especially about the mechanics of the RNG of this game, which can get very weird at times. But yeah, there's a lot of wild cards, so like the fishing is a total wild card. It's not really something you can plan for, like getting money at the mines, or like the horse race. You can't really plan how much affection you need going into the horse race. Let's see, yeah, but we're already at our first photo here. Yeah, this one's kind of interesting. So, I actually have the little code bureau up so I can kind of see some of these being set up. It's almost as if it accepts any flower that's watered on this screen. So you water the little yellow flower there, the moondrop, and then you leave the screen, you come back, and the game's like, okay, the flag that you've watered a flower is triggered. So let's check the growth status of the flower that was watered. And it's like, okay, is it at the next stage? So the first stage is 0, and it's like, okay, it's at the next stage, so we'll set it to 1, and you leave and come back, and it'll do the same thing, and it'll say, oh, is this flower above the growth stage that we last checked? And of course it is, because it's fully grown, so you leave and you come back, and it says, okay, is this bigger than the last one that we recorded? Yes, of course it is, because it's fully grown, so you can just leave and enter the screen 3 different times. It's really weird. It's really weird. But yeah, that whole scene over there, there's a lot of really fun things you can do with it, especially if you have a baby in crawling mode, because you can actually replace the green bug catcher guy with the crawling baby, and like the whole scene plays out with your crawling baby. It's great. I don't know if any video of it exists, but I've done it a couple times. It's great. It's try this at home, kids, kind of thing. So, fishing. When I was first routing this, I planned on giving all the forageables to the sprites in order to reduce the number of times that I go talk to them. I didn't know at the time the fishing mechanics, but we'll get to that. It turns out that the fishing RNG in this game it's a bit wonky. So it's not really... How do I explain it? Let me put it this way. There's a characteristic in the RNG in this game to repeat patterns. So it's not a true RNG. And they last about 30 to 60 frames each, where instead of getting random numbers, you'll get pattern A, pattern B, pattern A, pattern B, pattern A, pattern B. So even if you check every single frame, you're only checking between 2 choices. And it can make some of the frame manipulation stuff a bit hard, when even if you could choose every frame, you can't choose the thing that you want. And it's especially egregious when you're trying to sleep the night before and set the NPC locations for the next day. And when you're setting more than 2 characters, it gets really tough because you have to get, 1, 2, 3 specific variables, and you're checking each frame like, can you be these variables, please? Can you be these variables, please? And eventually, you're sitting in front of your bed for like 3 seconds before you, Yeah, and then, eventually it gets to the point where, like, okay, I gotta do something to fill this time. And it could be something as simple as, like, not shipping the crop the night before, going straight to the door. So, like, I guess I don't do it here. Yeah, so instead of, accessing your bag and selling an item, you wait till the next day to do it, so you can just find a different set of frames. But I had a lot of misconceptions about this game when I first started, and, like, I could see it as I go through it, because I've watched this a couple times. But how different I played the beginning versus the very end. I actually chose to do the English version first because I knew I'd probably mess up some of this stuff. Oh, look here, like, how far away can you fish? It actually turns out you can fish from even farther back if you fish off to the right instead. But yeah, so when I was writing this out, I was like, okay, go out and catch a bunch of large fish and sell them for money. And it's not that simple. It's not that simple. Like, yeah, you can't just check every frame for the power berry, because even every frame, it will set a number of frames until it triggers a catch, and then from the triggered catch, you have about 10 different frames where you can release and get a different set of fish. And it generally goes from bad to better. So let's say the fishing, like the you caught a fish animation triggers here. The next frame will be small fish, small fish, small fish, medium fish, medium fish, medium fish. So actually the later, like if you release later, you have a better chance of catching a bigger fish. Which I don't think that was mentioned anywhere. So you heard it here first, folks. Yeah, I do kind of want to apologize for some of this lag. I never quite figured out how to get rid of it. It gets kind of bad in locations. The Green Ranch in particular, it gets real slow over there. It gets to like inputs every 4 frames. So BizHawk forces it to run 60 frames per second. But the game only runs in 30, so it only accepts inputs every other frame. And it gets to the point over on the ranch where sometimes it gets down to even 15. But I try to reduce that. But yeah, the lag becomes my new enemy. Oh yeah, so fishing in this game, you press A and you hold A to put the bobber in the water, and when you see the bobber moving, you release A. And the A press, the frame of the A press, will dictate how many frames until the you caught a fish animation activates. When you release A, that decides what kind of fish you catch. Yeah, but about 2 years ago, I think AngelWorks went through and did a whole... It was like a whole seminar on how fishing in this game works. And I didn't retain a lot of it because I didn't understand half the terminology. But what I did get out of it is that when the light on the screen gets darker, so in the early morning and at night, later at night, there's a better chance of catching fish. And I think it has to do with like the frame cycles or something. I don't really know. Oh, so here's an example. This door right here. Some of these doors you can access at a diagonal, and some of them you have to be straight on. And I've checked all of them. But Rick's door is one of the good ones where you don't have to actually get to it. You can access it from a diagonal, which is kind of fun. I wish the farmhouse is one of those. You have to actually be facing the farmhouse to get into it. Let's see. Yeah, right here, trying to upgrade this tool so I can use it better. Oh, so how do I explain this? BizHawk is running at 60 frames per second, but the game is stretched out. So frames per second isn't the right term. So BizHawk runs duplicate frames. So the game is running at 30 frames per second, but BizHawk is duplicating. So so BizHawk is doing like AA blank 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 blank, where the actual game would be like A blank blank. Does that make sense? Yeah, man, I know I'm gonna go back and look at this and be like, I should have said this, and I should have said this, and I should have, like, again, I just woke up like 10 minutes ago. Give me like, yeah, no, like, give me 10 minutes, but it'll be over by then. Yeah, no, TAS is great. I've come to understand so many things about this game. I would not have even thought about. I do remember this. I spent so long on this part. I was like, where's the power berry? Where's the power berry? Because you can get a power berry randomly digging on the farm. And its mechanics are widely, or largely unknown. so I didn't have much to go on here besides like randomly get it right. And so, you know, I would stand there and check the next frame, stand there, check the next frame, stand there, check the next frame for each of those squares, being like, is there a power berry? Is there a power berry? Is there a power berry? Oh man, it's like crazy just to see this thing fly by. And when it like, I don't know, up to this point, it probably took me a month or more to do what you've seen already. But yeah, when they say like work goes into this thing, I'm actually, if I'd known how much time I was gonna spend on this thing, I don't know if I would have actually started it. But I mean, it's still it's great. I'm actually really happy that I did. But for future reference, if anyone else is thinking about routing something like this, I would advise against fishing here in the beginning. I think I relied too heavily on fishing for money, and I think it would have been a much better idea to plant like several rows of crops and then just manipulate the rain. Like plant a couple rows of turnips, because the amount of time you're spending here, it would be the same. And it's much more reliable, for sure. I know, like, the allure of, like, oh, I caught, you know, a large fish. Because I'm going, like, as I'm running down the mountain there, I am checking every single frame. I'm turning toward the river and fishing, and then checking every frame. And I'm going back, like, okay. And then I advance one frame forward, and I turn toward the river, and I fish on, like, every frame, trying to find a fish. And as you can see there was only like 2 or 3 along that entire route where I was checking every single frame as you run down. There's like, the fish are not that. Even being able to manip RNG, this one it really caught me off guard as far as routing. Oh look, Rick is outside. How lucky! How did that happen? Yeah, don't rely on fishing. It's a nice supplement, but don't rely on it. I will say here that the mayor was probably a mistake. I was thinking I could just run past him and give him a gift and talk to him. So the alternative there is Jeff. You could do the Jeff spam at the bar. And I thought, okay, as you run past him, you give him a gift and you talk to him, that's +6, as opposed to the +7 if you go into the bar and talk to Jeff and then leave. But it actually turns out to be more of a hassle. Oh, look at this, standing on like the far corners. Like, oh, I would never do this in a game. That gives me anxiety. Alright, yeah, you can kind of see me like pause there. So rain also is very scarce. Like, typhoons are even more scarce, which is great, actually. Oh, so it is raining today. It's just a festival day. So potatoes take 6 waters, cabbages take 8. And what I did there was I planted the cabbages and then I did 2 waters. And now I'm going to plant the potatoes and do 6 waters. And that way the cabbages and potatoes will all be ready at the same time. And as far as I'm aware, I don't ever even touch the watering can. Alright, so here we go again. I'm checking every single frame. I'm like stopping. And I'm like, alright, stop, check this frame, stop, check this frame, stop, check this frame. For every single one of these. I know I just like fly through and you see me just hitting the square, but when I was doing this in real life, I'm like, where's the farmberry? Where's the farmberry? Where's the farmberry? Where's the farmberry? For every single one of these. But these are my cabbage plots. Now I just have to go and get them. Oh wait, no, I already buy them. I bought them at the same time as the potatoes. There it is. I don't know if you can see like the stutter right there. I got it like right there at the end. Okay, so I think I should actually mention stamina here. So you start out with a certain amount of stamina, and that's energy you had to use tools or do actions like the seed here. The only thing that doesn't use energy is the fishing rod, which is very nice. You can fish with no energy. It's great. Yeah, them. Yeah, I wish my menu was that good. Um, yeah, the only way to increase the stamina is with the power berries, like the one I got on the farm there, which doesn't increase your current stamina, it just increases the capacity. You only need 6 to get one of the photos, which is the only reason I'm getting them at all. But it turns out they're actually very valuable for, well, getting stuff done all at once on the farm, which is by far the fastest way to do things. So although you only need 6, if I were to do this again, I'd probably go for a 7th. Yeah, so the rocks and the water, that is full circle where I'm coming back to this. So using the hammer is stamina. So when I was still planting seeds on the farm, I had gone through there with a hammer and I ran out of stamina. And I was like, oh no, how am I supposed to plant my cabbages if I can't, you know, do all the things I need to plant my cabbages? Here's one of the power berries here, and I was actually thinking about it, like, I need more stamina. So a way to get around that is I put the rock in my pocket, just to get it out of the way, and I threw it in the water here, and that way, you know, throwing the rock in the water doesn't use stamina. It's just it was a way around using stamina. Yeah, I've actually done it a couple of times, and you'll see a lot of that at the end of the year. So on spring 30th of this year, Travis isn't that far away. So what I do is I stay up all night so I can keep all the crops that I just planted, because those are all my gifts I'm going to give away for the entire game. They're all on my farm. But then I have to stay up all night to do the day skip, which is also kind of really cool how it works. So when you save at the end of a game, the game will like cycle through all the, you know, I'll save this variable, save this variable, save this variable, change this one, reset this one, reset this one. And in the order that it does that, it's so cool. So when it does the dream, it'll like say, okay, this is the dream. I'm trying to, like, there's like 12 things coming to my head at once that I want to say. When a text box comes up, it does the action first and does an action after. So when you talk to somebody with a gift, for example, it won't give the affection until the text box is over. But the variables like, have you talked to this person today? Or the talk affection will happen at the beginning, like as you activate the text box. So there's 2 different little action areas. And what the dream sequence does is it says next day at the beginning, and then you go through the dream text, and at the end it's like, well, actually it's the other way around. So when you stay up all night, it's like, okay, set next day, and then it finds the dream event, and at the end of the dream event it'll say, okay, this was a dream event, hit the next day. And so it'll hit that next day twice in 2 different locations. And it's kind of super cool. So here we get a lot of rain. And here's all the watering that I'll need to do for all the crops that I'm giving out as gifts. They're all going out today before I get a chicken. And that was kind of one of the things I had trouble with in the routing at the beginning is, how can I do a chicken and keep it from getting sick and dying while at the same time watering my crops enough times so I don't have to manually water them? Because even when you can manipulate the rain, it's kind of a tough problem to say, okay, rain these 2 days, let it get better, and then rain this day, and then this day's a festival, just to try to keep them from getting sick. So here's my beautiful vegetable field, which is now running super slow, I think. I mentioned this problem earlier. Yeah, so the game just starts to lag a whole lot here, and it's an emulator thing. I don't think it does it, well, it doesn't do it this badly in the cartridge. but I don't know how to fix it. And at this point, I was like, okay, well, I've spent like 2 months on this so far. I don't want to have to go back to the beginning, because if you reset some of the, you know, if I kind of mess around with the BizHog variables, I could desync it, and then I had to have to start all the way over. Not gonna happen. So, it just becomes, I guess, part of the. It's part of the run now. Alright, here's one of my favorite glitches. So I've got the rock, you look at the description of the rock, you walk through the fence. But, yeah, so the description of the rock was instant text, and since it's set to instant text, there you go. It's all instant text. And we're finally getting our horse. And now this guy, this little pony right here, turned out to be like one of my biggest problems in doing this task. Like, he could not win a race to save his life. So again, if anyone else is planning on doing something like this, please get the stamina carrot as soon as possible. I did not. Please don't repeat my mistakes. Stamina carrot is worth it. As far as I can tell, the stamina carrots... oh, I named him Blank because it's kind of funny when they talk about him. It's like they forgot his name. Yeah, so as far as I'm aware, the stamina carrot doubles affection. So, surprise, music box. Let's see, so if you talk to him, it'll be +2 instead of +1, and then +4 for the brushing instead of +2, which is great because the horse loses 1 affection every time you go to sleep. It's a huge hassle. It's only the young horse? Oh, that is lame, man. Well, then, even more important to, I guess, get it early on the 17th. Because, like, even that much can really help. Even if all you're doing is, like, whistling the entire fall. Alright, where are you going with that rock? Oh, I know where he's going with that rock. So, man, I've lost so many items to this. If you enter the farm when you're buying a chicken, the item in your hand disappears. And in this case, it's good. It's a good thing. Oop, no more rock. Don't have to worry about hammering that rock. No, the human run never ever gets the stamina carrot. We actually thought it did nothing for a long time, and then yeah, Demo, like, I think it was Demo who found something. Like, it doubled. It might have been Desert. I don't know. These guys did a whole lot of work on this game before I was really involved in it. Let's see. Yeah, and everything just got thrown into a pool of group knowledge, so it's kind of hard to trace it all back. I mean, we got some nice rock farming coming up at the end of the season. I actually mapped out a grid of the entire farm. So the farm is... the rock and stump layout on the farm in this game is the same every time you play. It's the weeds that can differ, because every day, around 10, I think it's like 7 to 10 weeds appear randomly on the farm. And that's one of the MIPs I do later. I'll get to that. When I'm planting the grass, and I want weeds to not show up in these particular spots. Yeah, so I set up a map for what the basic farm looks like, and then I was like, okay, I only need to plant 43 bags of grass, because in order to get the final photo, you only need like 80%, exactly 80% of the farm covered. So I don't actually clear the farm, I just clear what I need to clear. Oh, and shout out to Desert for finding this one. This is Desert's trick. I remember the day that he found this one, where he had the memory viewer up, and he was like, look guys, it's +3, +3, +3, +3. It was great. It was a great day. Great day for the Harvest Moon 64 community. The day we found out may spam. Oh yeah, because it's such a short text. You know, you have Doug, and it's like, babies are easy to handle, or maybe that's the other guy. The guy I didn't even know existed until his spam was found. Um, so a thing I do want to mention, I'm seeing Rick right there at the center of the room. So about NPC locations, there's actually a couple different calculations there. So there are 4 possible locations for each NPC. I think this one's the more, I don't want to say common knowledge, but this is the knowledge that's out there, is that there's 4 possible locations, and they're chosen when you sleep. So yeah, if there's like a 50-50, then 2 of the locations will be this and 2 of the locations will be that. However, so Rick in the shop, for example, if it's 0001, Rick's in the shop. But he could be behind his desk, he could be in the middle, he could be by the door, and that one is selected when you enter his shop. So there's when the NPC, or like where the NPC shows up, is chosen when you enter whatever screen that NPC is on. And then there's the RNG of which direction that NPC walks. So, you know, you could have Anne up here on the farm, but then she could walk down, she could walk away from you, she could walk toward you, she could walk up. That is decided when the NPC physically loads, like on the visual screen. So you could have, you know, Anne out in the farm, and then whether she walks toward you or away from you totally depends on when you get over to that part of the farm. And then there's this guy. This is another questionable one. Going with Cliff. I mean, it ends up working out. I figured I'd have enough milk in case I needed it. But since I'm doing chickens anyway, I thought it'd be worth it. I mean, theoretically, it would be faster not to use Cliff for the swimming festival, if nothing else, because, you know, if he leaves the game, and there's only 5 other dialogue boxes. Or, well, there's one fewer dialogue box at the end. I think there's only 4, so there's just 5 bachelors. So, you know, you want to save a few frames there. Alright, let's see here. You know, I didn't actually start taking notes on this until, like, until the summer. Yeah, so we've actually done all the farming that we're going to do for this run. We've planted the cabbages, we planted the potatoes, that's it. That's it, we have all the gifts for the entire run, are on our farm right now. And again, so the bottleneck here is that you can only talk to these NPCs once per day. Except for May. You know, May's the exception. Oh, this test would be so much faster if it was, if the lag was true to the actual game. And I could theoretically, you know, go into a video editor and fix it up. I just... it wouldn't feel right to do that. But yeah, I am going to... let's see... Yeah, I'm going to try to mess with the settings on my BizHawk to try to get it better. I actually did English first intentionally so that I could save the JP version, which is undoubtedly faster, for after I made all the mistakes. So I do, in the future, intend on submitting myself to this again, going through all this again. Yeah, so that area right outside the flower shop is also just real bad for lag for some reason. let's see. Yeah, so I wasn't actually sure on the brush my first time through, because the horse race, the amount of affection your horse needs depends on the odds of the horses you're racing against. Yeah, I'll blame it on potpourri. Alright, you can do that. I honestly cannot tell you why I had rain on those 2 days. I think it was just the soonest frame had rain on it. Oh man, look at that slick little using the chicken to block the horse. Wow, all these little things. Yeah, okay, so the coop is one of those doors that you can access from the side, and the barn is actually one of those too. Which, I mean, doesn't matter all that much in the actual game, but as far as getting it a few frames sooner, I mean, it's not it's a non-negligible number of frames. Because like getting into the house is kind of a hassle, because you have to be facing it. So this festival, there's nowhere on this screen I could find where it doesn't lag. There's nowhere I can go. So you just kind of have to wait it out at a double speed. Oh man, well, like, I could go on a whole tangent about the horse race mechanics, because I kind of knew basically nothing about the horse race RNG before I went into it. And then, I dove headfirst into it, and I was like, oh no. Oh no. But you'll see it coming up on fall 28th. You'll see me enter the horse into the race and then not go the next day. And what basically happened there was I spent probably too long trying to win the race before I was like, this just is not possible. So another note on I'm gonna call them like RNG blocks. It's especially apparent when you enter the horse into the horse race. The odds of the horses that are in your race, as well as the race that you are in, are set on the frame that you save the night before. So the night that you talk to the diary, use the diary the night before, those odds are set. The catch is that the odds it picks from go back and forth between, like, the set A and set B. Set A, set B. So you check each frame, and it's like this or that, or this or that, or this or that. So technically each frame is different, but they're also repeated. And it goes on for, I think they're in like 60 frame blocks, where it's like this or that, or this or that, or this or that. And then you get your next chunk, and it's like this or that, or this or that, or this and that. And you're standing in front of the diary for like 5 seconds, like actual out of game time. And you're checking 60 frames where you're actually going out to the race and you're checking, like, can I win this thing? And it's not like so the swim race is kind of fun because it's, every nth frame you hit A and you just go the fastest you can. The horse race, holy cow. Okay, so how do I explain this? When you hit A, there's a set amount of frames where it will push your horse backward one, and you have to find that frame and hit A right before it so that you boost forward instead of boosting backwards. Otherwise, if you just hit A, you'll boost, forward and then a little bit backward, then forward, then a little bit backward. So, you can't just fast forward and see, oh, did I win the race? Because for each setting, there might be a different, you know, set of frames where you have to hit A, and it's, oh man, it's a hassle. Yeah, in the end, I ended up just pushing it forward and doing it later. But if I were to do it again, I would definitely get the stamina carrot, even if it's only while the horse is young. What I may end up doing is just, okay, so you have to get the horse the first spring. I might just push it off as long as possible. I don't know, I'd have to look at it. It's been a while since I've looked at the routing for this. I know I wrote down a bunch of notes about things I would change for next time. Man, this lag though. Alright, so we actually only have 2 days left in this season. I know it seemed like it's gone on for, it's about like 10-15 minutes now. Yeah, this is the slowest month in the entire game right here. It starts picking up come summer. Spring 30 is actually a pretty big day. But I'm pretty sure today's the 25th. Pretty sure it's the 25th. It's a Thursday. It's gotta be, because Anne's gonna be in the shop. Oh, there's this cutscene. Yeah, like I know I was thinking about it because I had this thing done in plenty of time to do it, but then it felt like it'd be inauthentic to go through and like double speed the half speed stuff. Yeah, it's totally an emulator thing, and it's something I need to fix before I do this again. So we'll sleep through to the 30th here. Let's see. So, kind of an interesting thing here. If you whistle right before you go to sleep, the effect carries over into the next day. So you see the dog will be running toward you, and you don't have to manip the dogs. It took me like a whole in-game month to figure that out. But there's actually also a way to whistle once and give affection to the horse and the dog, and I didn't figure out how to do that until the last month of the game. It's one of those things that I wish I'd known the whole time, because it could have saved a whole lot of, well, time. Yeah, I mean, there's actually a number of TAS-only things in this run. There's actually some stuff you guys have probably never seen before, because I hadn't seen before until I just stumbled upon it. Mostly like visual effects, but there's some, like for instance, I don't think I do Maria's Dream at all in this run, because I don't need to. Yeah, definitely a couple of setup like event stacks that the game did not intend, but they work out for me. So yeah, oh man, this lag. But yeah, like considering when one of us plays it, you know, and we'll play it without all this lag. It takes 5 hours. And this thing, I think it came out to like less than 3, I think. I'm actually not sure because I've never actually timed it. Yeah, then here we go. Then here it's like perfectly fine, no lag whatsoever. So yeah, I mean, there's still a lot about this game I don't know. Like for instance, the winter, like the winter map and the map for every other season, they seem to be two completely separate. Like they look the same, but they're two completely separate entities. You know, like you can find a trick that works on one map and it doesn't work on the other map, or there's a wall, you know, there's an invisible wall here, but there's not one over here, and it's like they're treated completely separately. Oh yeah, here's everyone's favorite part. Yeah, we only give the minimum amount of love in this game. So I don't know. Some people call it lazy. Some people call it efficient. It's the same thing. Oh man. I actually originally planned to give Cliff an egg here and then Karen a berry, but at this part, I forgot that I incubated the egg earlier today. Because, you know, when you're actually testing this thing out, like a single day just stretches on and on and on. You could spend a couple days on a single in-game day. Um, and I, uh, I, I planned to give Cliff an egg, but I didn't have one to give to him. So, um, yeah, what I ends up doing is actually just switching a gift and an egg day with later on in the route. So I can't tell, is she talking about the dog or is she talking about me? Is she like thinking out loud about me? It's like this guy. And then we have Cliff up there like slowly trying to creep up on us. Like, maybe they won't notice. Maybe they won't notice, so I just gonna kinda inch my way over. Cliff, we see you. Cliff, we see you, dude. Like I can't even see the heart. I don't even know how many we have left. Cliff, dude, mind your business. This guy. Oh, I forgot. I forgot about that. So every time I'm done with the conversation, I would try to fish and try to find the power berry. I don't know, like you don't see it there, but every single one of those, I was seeing. Okay, can I get the power berry? Okay, can I get the power berry? So there's a lot more going on here than I think. Man, even I forgot I did that. I pushed that one out of my memory. So after giving a gift to Ellie today, she's waiting for you on the farm. So I actually head out to the mountains here instead. Yeah, so the cutscenes are kind of weird in this game. For the farm cutscenes, it's, you know, when a girl hits a certain affection, then she'll show up on the farm to give you like a gift or like a cake or a cookies, or I guess whoever the girl is. Yeah, so it's just like, nope, let's not talk to Ellie there. Oh, there we go, gift for the bartender. Just gonna slip out the top there. Yeah, so one of the decisions I was trying to make here was, would it be better to do Cliff or Kai? Because if we're doing Kai, we'd have to manip him in the bar instead of going up to the vineyard. And then probably do the same when we're spamming Jeff. We would also spam Kai. I haven't done the math on it yet, but it might actually be better than the setup I have. Alright, so we're going to stay up all night tonight, because I want to keep those crops into the next season. And so, we're going to clear this farm out. Man, I love this marathon. It's like, I look forward to it every year, because we're all kind of separate communities that do our own thing most of the time. You know, we'll like dip into each other's streams and whatnot, but you know, and then it's like this time of year when we kind of all come together and be like, okay, what have you done this year? You know, like how far have you gone in this game? And it's pretty cool. I really like it. It's almost like we're checking in on each other. So you don't have to actually get rid of all the rocks. You just have to get them out of the way. So I kind of brought this up earlier, is I made a map of the entire farm, and you only need, well, it's exactly 80% of the field. Oh, I'm out of stamina, huh? Actually, each of these only takes about 70 frames, which is the same number of frames it takes to hammer the rock. So it's kind of a TAS only strat, but it actually is the same amount of time to throw them into the pond as it is to hammer them. This is the same day skip glitch, same one. And it actually took me a long time to figure out how to do all the things I need to do today before the sun comes up. So I have to make sure I have all the rocks oriented so that I can plant the grass, and I can't use up all my stamina, and I need to keep enough stamina at the very end of the day to dig up a music box, and I have to do all of that before the day ends. So there we go. Okay, all the rocks are out of the way. Now I have 1 hour left to dig up this music box. Oh no, we had a little animation. Yeah, with the race yesterday morning, got him. All right, and we're into summer. So, summer 2 to be specific, because we actually skipped the first day, and we get to keep our crops. Oh man, I was so happy when I finally got that to work out. Oh, I was so happy. Oh my gosh, this lag. It's killing me too. It is. So actually, kind of fun story about this day. I was worried about it because you don't go to sleep today. So, actually, I can answer that. You don't, normally all the crops die at the end of a season, so they die at the end of the 30th of a season, but it only checks, it only does that kill check on the when you sleep on the 30th. So since we skip forward 2 days, it's technically the start of the first day, but since we skip over the first day and go straight to the start of the second day, it doesn't check to kill the crops, which is real nice because it only checks for the last season's crops. So now we got, you know, 4 more seasons on it. Yeah, so I'm trying to minute these NPC locations, and I'm thinking, okay, so we don't talk to the diary, so how do we minute the NPC locations? I just have to get lucky, because we stay up all night. We can't change when 6 p.m. happens. Or, I guess 6 a.m. And it wasn't like until it happened to work out. It did happen to work out, but it wasn't until a while later when like Sam brought up, hey, you know, you could change the frame that you hit A on the dream text to set the character locations, and for some reason that didn't even occur to me. I was like, oh no, you totally can, you're right. Worrying over nothing. Yeah, so keeping the crops into a next season is it is pretty normal. It's actually been done a couple times already in this marathon. I think Sam did it for his all-girl photos. I think it was done once before. I'm not sure if he did it for all recipes or not. Maybe he didn't. Oh yeah, so there are some invisible walls in this game that sometimes don't exist. But yeah, that border up there near the top, I'm gonna be abusing that a whole lot. Let's see. Yeah, there's a couple TAS only skips. Mostly they're cutscene skips where you have a single frame once the screen loads. You have a single frame to set instant text. I've never seen it done. It's theoretically possible. I've never seen it done in an actual run. But like we've known about it, just can't execute it. Oh my gosh, dude. Tilt faster. What is this? Go. Go. Oh my gosh. So yeah, like imagine how much faster this thing would be. It still kind of blows my mind how much faster still it is than the ones we usually do. And like part of when I first started this, I wanted to know, like theoretically, what's the theoretical possibility for how fast this thing can be, because you know, we have a lot of theories. You know, we'd say, oh, we could save time here, oh, we can save time here, but no one's ever actually done, okay, what's the theoretical fastest? Oh, that gate into the farm, I love that little gate because there's about 2 or 3 frames width where you can just run diagonally through it, and that fence doesn't exist, and it's great. But I gotta say, like, doing a test of this, it makes me view the map so much different. Like, where the invisible walls are around. So each item has, like, a square of invisible wall, and it's never right where you think it is. Yeah, it's usually a bit above. Yeah, right there in front of the flower shop. Yeah, of course. Oh look, Saturday Rick. We got him again. That's a 50-50 for his location there. Um, but yeah, if you can manipulate locations, why don't we just manipulate the mayor to be right here? He's another 50-50 location. So, yeah, I mean, like doing a task of the game, it's such a different view when you can control certain variables. Um, and then going back to actually playing it, it's totally like the bingo. Like I've been doing the task for months, and then you know we do the bingo, and it's so weird going back to playing normally. Um, let's see. Oh, you know what? I remember this. So Cliff's cutscene, giving him that egg triggers Cliff's cutscene, and we have to brush the horse here because the horse disappears for his cutscene. It vanishes. It's not even that it moves back; the horse vanishes. So we have to brush him there. And I don't know if you caught this, but I moved that chicken just before this cutscene. I wanted to move both of them so that both Anne and Cliff were standing on top of chickens here, but it made it lag so bad. So we just have one. Well, we just have Cliff standing on a chicken. But oh man, it makes it lag so bad. But I thought it was so funny. And then, you know, Anne just tramples it too. But yeah, see, the horse is gone. The horse was like right outside the door there. Where is it? Where'd it go? It's not there. it's just not there. I think like there's too many sprites on the, you know, are there too many sprites there? I can't load it. I don't know. But yeah, I had originally planned on brushing the horse, like, you know, equipping the brush and then brushing the horse there, and I can't do it after the cutscene. So, you know, the little things. That's not really a thing I would have noticed if I was playing normally. I'd just be like, oh, the horse isn't here, it's not convenient. Oh, that's slow. Yeah, I remember this one. So, that's slow little sleep. So there's a 50% chance of Rick to show up, and there's a 50% chance for Cliff to show up. So, technically, there should be a 25% chance, right? So, you know, like 1 in 4 frames. But because of the blocks, I was mentioning earlier, the RNG blocks, where it'll be this or that, or this or that, or this or that. Even with 2 50% chances, it takes so many frames to find the correct one because it just flips back and forth between the two. Let me see. I think I had not yet figured out that. So normally to upgrade, if you're gonna upgrade the till, you have to use it 250 times. However, if there's an NPC standing up here on the farm, it does not count any of those. So I was sitting here thinking all of these were counting toward the upgrade, and they're not. And I don't know that yet. But I learn it pretty quick. When it doesn't upgrade when I think it's supposed to upgrade, I'm like, what's going on? Why is it like 50 behind? Well, that's why. Oh, hey Anne, how'd you beat me here? Oh, here's a fun one. I meant to talk to Cliff here. I think I totally forget to. I think this is the day. Here's an egg, Cliff. I dig at my music box, and I gave him the gift, but I forgot to talk to him. And I actually had to go back and talk to him during one of the festival days to make up for it. Because it's a +2 if you talk to him, but it's the same at a festival, so I just had to pick a random festival and talk to him. But it's the little things, you know? Like, you're sitting there frame by frame. Oh, hey, look, Rick showed up on a Saturday. There's his 50-50. Oh, look, the mayor's over there. This is a 50-50. Man, oh man. Yeah, when you take the RNG out, it's pretty cool. Well, there are parts that aren't as fun, but yeah, if you take the RNG out, like the routing it's a lot more fun when you can actually, I guess, manipulate some of those numbers. I mean, yeah, like it stands out to me because it was a huge deal. Like, I planned out every single number to the, like, everything. So, you know, when I got to the end of the day and I checked the numbers, I'm like, does this match exactly what I have? I don't know. And if one of them's off by, like, you know, 3, I know I missed a gift. One of them's off by 1, it's like, oh, I forgot to talk. And Cliff was off by 2 when I checked at the end of the day. And I'm like, I'm not going to go all the way back and talk to him. And then, because that throws off all of the RNG. It throws off, in particular, it throws off the conversations. So I haven't even brought this up yet, but each NPC has a set dialogue that they'll do. It's like A or B. It's usually 1 out of 2 things, depending on, mostly depending on affection level. And which dialogue they choose is based on the frame that you talk to them. So sometimes it'll be faster to get up to that person, wait a frame, and then talk to him, and then it'll be, you know, it'll be 2 text boxes shorter because you waited 1 frame to talk to him. Okay, look, I know. I know, it'd be a huge, yeah. I know. I guess part of the problem would be, too, that I would have to edit the sound. Because, you know, you make it double speed, which it should be, I think. I think it would be double speed in those areas, but then the sound would be twice as fast, and it'd be kind of weird. Yeah, but that's another example where I sat there fishing off the dock, trying to find that fish, you know, find the dock berry. Well, fishing off the dock power berry. Just didn't find it, so you don't even see it. You don't even see me looking for it. Let's see, Anne's birthday, actually. Anne's birthday is coming up on the 14th. And I kept trying to find something, some way to use it, but I couldn't find... Yeah, like giving her a potato, giving her a cake, nothing was any different. So I'm not sure that birthdays do anything in this game. Like I've heard that they add an extra bonus if you know, if the girl's between like 200 and 220 or some kind of ridiculously narrow margin. Yeah, there it is. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I like how like all of us have about 97% knowledge of this game, and we each have different gaps that are kind of weird and random. But yeah, like once Anne hits 200 affection, it's kind of irrelevant. Like, you don't need to give her any more affection when she hits 200. That's your goal. It's getting it up to 200. Let's see, that doesn't make any sense. +5 for cake, but only +1 for... That doesn't make any sense. I guess it could be useful if, you know, if we're married to her and we have to keep her affection up. We could hold on to, like, 1 cake. No, I mean... I think I just got really lucky on the farmberry. I think I got really lucky on it. Realistically, I would like to get both of them. But, you know, I think it depends on what seed you know, what seed you start your file on whether one's going to be easier than the other, like Farmberry or Oceanberry. So right here, like I could have checked any of these. You know, you get 10 tills here. I really didn't check too many of these to see if the power berry was anywhere around it. I could have. Oh wait, no, I didn't have to because I already have it. What am I talking about? Yeah, but you have a lot more chances to get the farm berry for sure. Let me see here. I know we have the swim festival's coming up soon. I keep trying to check what day it is because I'm not actually playing. I would keep a lot more track of it if I was actually playing because I would have to. Oh, I'm looking through my notes over here. I'm trying to remember what day we're on. I think we're on the 16th, Thursday, summer 16. I was looking up the birthdays because I know Anne's birthday was coming up soon. I remember it because I originally planned on playing that day, but I couldn't get an extra boost out of Anne for any reason. So I decided to do a different day instead, where Anne is in Rick's shop because she's closer. No, this is not me actually playing. This is me telling a robot how to play. So we'll marry Ellie. Or marry Ellie in this run. Yeah, it's I think. Yeah, it's kind of nice because Ellie, you can manipulate her to feed the chickens. You can manipulate her to sell the eggs, and then you get like free money every day if you know your chickens are outside, and you can manipulate Ellie to sell the eggs. It's like free money every day. Yeah, so these summer days are largely the same. Because, I mean, you know, when you're routing it out, you're saying, okay, what is the fastest way I can get around, get affection around to the people I need to? And you're like, okay, this is the fastest way to do it. So you'll do that particular route as many times as possible. So then you'll get a bunch of, like, identical days. And that's just kind of how it turns out. And then the emulator runs really slow. Yeah, so the Swim Festival's the one I wanted to talk about. But I also kind of wanted to wait till it popped up. I think we're on the 18th right now. Yeah, 18th. Swim Festival's on the 24th. So we have like 2 more affection days that are kind of identical to this one before the swim festival. But in total, we have about 4 more kind of around town affection days before we'll kind of put our head down and sleep through the seasons. So yeah, once we hit fall, there's going to be like a big fall 7 night. Fall 2 since it's Saturday. I think I played that one. But yeah, because that's when I get the wine. Because I have to pick one day to give Duke the grapes. One day in fall, I'll give Duke grapes before. So yes, brushing the horse is +2, and then when the horse is small, you talk to it. When the horse is big, you ride it. But it's the same +1 action. The thing is, you can only do them once per day. And then with the horse, every time you go to sleep, it's a -1. With the dog, it's a little bit different. You get 1 for whistling and 1 for picking up. And then when the day ends, if you have fed him, it adds 1. If you have not fed him, it subtracts 1. So if you whistle and pick up the dog, it nets to +1 if you don't feed him, and it nets to +3 if you do feed him. It's not that complicated, I promise. Alright, Summer 20th. Yeah, today's a Monday, so yeah, we'll be doing the music box round again. This is Monday. Let me see. Yeah, Ellie's gonna be on the beach today. I don't think I'm doing an actual route. Let's see, what was I thinking in this moment? Kind of thing. Yeah, but so when you're making a task, you really have to think different from when you're doing an actual run. Because if you can manipulate RNG, there's a lot of things that are on the table now that may not have been otherwise. And there's some things I kind of probably should have tried instead of the usual route that we do when we're actually playing it. Well, okay, so I actually originally thought that I could get away with not using the carrot. Now, I added up. I'm like, okay, 120. I could maybe do that. And then I got to the actual day, and I think I just got awful set of numbers. And it's like, well, I can't do anything about that. It is what it is. So normally we try to get there with like 160 minimum. 160. But I was thinking, oh, it's a TAS, so I can just, I can get frame perfect inputs. It'll be great. I'll just go in there with like a 120 horse. No. It did not work out the way it did in my head. All right, yeah. So again, we're gonna play Mondays because Maria's in town. Or you can manipulate Maria to be in town. And then Saturdays, because you can manipulate Rick to be outside his shop. And, you would not do those. Normally, we would not do those on, like in an actual run. It's a 50-50. You don't want to spend a whole day and risk, one of those NPCs not showing up. Yeah, the crab increases happiness by 1. It kind of acts as the birds. This is one of those things that I probably should explain. It's one of those things I'm so used to that I really need to explain. So in order to get one of the photos, you need a certain level of happiness, and that's the variable. And there's some kind of weird things that increase it, mostly NPC events and festivals. But scaring a bird or scaring the crabs will increase it. It turns out, inevitably, to not be necessary. Because you can manipulate the cows. So if a cow goes from normal status to happy status, you actually gain a significant amount of happiness. I think it's like 10 or 15. And then normal to happy, it'll remain happy for 3 days, and it'll go back to normal. And you can just manipulate it back to happy again. So I actually don't need to be scaring these crabs. Now, I was afraid that happiness level would be too low at the end. In a normal run, what we would do is use the bathroom a certain number of times, however many times we need, because it's +2 per bathroom use. But I didn't want to do that in this run. Plus, I can like view my happiness variable, and I can, you know, manip all these things. So I thought my happiness value was going to be low. It turned out that I don't have to, like these birds. I can manipulate what frame I go outside for them to appear, and it turns out I didn't have to do that. Well, you know, live me alone, I guess. Yeah, the crab was on the beach. It sometimes appears. I didn't manip for the crab. I did for the birds sometimes. Yeah, well, I mean, like I was saying, if I'm doing something it's weird, doesn't make any sense, like, ask me, because it's probably a thing that is just common knowledge to me that I forgot to say something about, because there's a whole lot going on. Yeah, and I'm like, there's gonna be some stuff I forget to talk about. Or like some stuff that flies by that like even I miss. Because I actually went through this and tried to yeah, refamiliarize myself with it and find like all the things I wanted to talk about. But yeah, I'm like inevitably gonna miss one thing or another. So yeah, if like something stands out, go ahead and ask me about it. Because I know the TAS does some really weird things. But I promise you, there is a reason for every single thing. Like, for instance, right here, where I dig up the music box in front of Rick, it's because I talked to him and forgot to dig up the music box. But fortunately, this was a TAS, so I could go back in time and dig up the music box right in front of them. Now, other mistakes I made, not so easy to fix. But, you know, like, every frame has a purpose. So it turns out the bird and the crab actually don't matter for the TAS, but they add to the happiness. So we use them in normal runs as often as possible. Oh, in a TAS, I can just go back to the last frame and change the input. Like, you can't do it in a normal game, but it sure is nice in the TAS. Like, you make a mistake, you're like, whoopsies, let me do a different input. It's great. Alright, here's our swim festival. It's super fun. You know what, I'm just gonna let it play out. I had a little too much fun with this one. I was like, what's the longest I can wait and still win the race? I do a different thing next year, but so the two different swim races are different. The music box is kind of fun. There's actually a counter for each square on the farm. So if you dig on a square, it'll count up the number of times that you've tilled that one square up to 255 and it loops back around. So if you till the one square that has a music box, if that counter reaches 10, it'll trigger digging up the music box. But there's also a mechanic in this game where only one cutscene can play on a farm at a time. Or not on a farm, on any screen. Any screen, only one cutscene can play at a time. And a person standing on your farm counts as a cutscene. It's just like an interactable cutscene. So it won't play the animation of taking out the music box if there's somebody on the farm. So what I can do is I can dig that spot 10 times and I can go somewhere else. So when I dig again anywhere else, it's not a different square on the farm and it's not incrementing the value. So it checks and says, okay, after the till, it's this square, number 10, so it gives you the music box. It's a little convoluted. I think I would never lose a swim race, please. Yeah, I've never lost a swim race before, okay? Definitely never done that before. Definitely not in my JP World Record. Alright, so, yeah, you can take a music box up from anywhere, as long as there's not a cutscene current playing there. You can trigger the dig up a music box kind of cutscene. So it's a different kind of cutscene, but it still counts. It's a fun one, but it's kind of hard to pull off. You gotta get it right, and if you kind of screw it up, you gotta kind of debug it and be like, okay, where did I go wrong here? Because if that counter goes past 10, up to like 11, 12, it doesn't loop around at 10, it'll loop around at 255. So you can just keep tilling that spot over and over and over, and it's at like 30, 35, 40, and you have to dig a different spot to reset the counter to 0 on that spot, and then dig again on the music box spot, and then count up to 10 again. Oh yeah, we gotta wait. We have to wait till Rick shows up. He doesn't show up until 10 a.m., so we have to wait for him there. Let's see, and then we're just about at the end of summer. Yeah, I think we only have 2 more affection days left after this, and then we're off. And by that I mean it kind of takes off, because we've been giving affection out to everybody very consistently, because in a test you can make everyone show up. So yeah, we're just about done with affection. We're going to start selling these chickens off. It'll be a good time. Alright, so let's see here. 27th. Okay. Yeah, that's a Monday. We're going to have Maria showing up in town. So we're just about done with phase 2 of this run, which is affection levels. I think it's by far the biggest bottleneck, is that we have to increase everyone's affection level to their photo requirements. But you can only interact with the NPCs once per day, so you have to get up and go do the rounds and then go to sleep, and then get up and do the rounds and go to sleep. It's is what it is. This is phase 2. Phase 3 is when we start actually getting into the photos themselves. So we'll have a couple right in a row. We'll get Ellie's photo, we'll get Karen's photo, and we'll get Anne's photo, all like right in a line. Yeah, like, but really, just imagine how much faster this thing would be if there was no lag out here. Let's see, Summer Monday, Ellie's gonna be on the beach. Alright, I'm gonna try to look ahead here, see what's going on. Ellie's birthday is on fall 1st, but the birthdays don't matter. Apparently, giving her a cake on her birthday would help, but I didn't know that. So, I mean, believe me, I considered it. I played this through and I was like, ugh, what a slog. Like, are you kidding me? But, there's also, like, there's no... yeah, there's no simple way to do it. And you have to go through, like, and find exactly the right frames where it slows down. And then... oh man, it would be a pain. It'd be better if I could actually get Bizok to function. But, you know... the thing is, like, you're gonna get so used to it here that when I start selling off these chickens, you're gonna be like, wow, this is super fast. we're running really fast here. So I'm just setting you up for that. All right, so last affection day of the summer, and actually one of the last affection days in total. It's come up here on the 30th? I believe I play the 30th here. Yeah, because it'll be a Summer Thursday. Summer Thursdays are one of the fastest, one of the fastest affection routing days. So, it's like I went through and said, okay, season day, what would the fastest route for that day be? And then, you know, like, you go through, it's like, okay, so this season, this day is the fastest, you know, I can get around town, like the NPC locations will give me the shortest route between them. So I'm going to play all of these days first. And then you go through and say, okay, Summer Saturday, that will, you know, Spring Monday. And these are all the days that you can do the fastest routes given the NPC locations. So I'll play all of the Summer Thursdays that I can. I'll play all of the Spring Mondays that I can. And, you know, sometimes you get a festival on top of it and you really can't. But that's why a lot of these days are repeated, because they are repeated. They're the fastest routes I could find for the gifting. So I'll play them as much as possible. And this is one of those. So it's a Summer Thursday. It's good. Oh no, I missed a fish. How did that happen? So kind of a neat thing about fishing I didn't know until I did this TAS is that if you miss a fish, but you keep the button pressed, you'll get more bites. So, you know, you press A to put the bobber out in the water. You can hold A, and it keeps the bobber in the water, and then it moves up and down like you're getting a bite. If you keep A pressed, the bobber will stop eventually, and then it will start up again at some later point. So you can actually wait for a better fish, which is what I did that morning. So it looked like I missed a fish, but I was just waiting for the next round. Oh man, but it's a thing I would never try if I was actually playing it. Go for every fish I could possibly get. Well, you know, when you can select frames, no big deal. not doing the double whistle yet. I don't think I figure out that's a possibility until like spring of year 2. Spring, summer, year 2, that's when I'm like, oh, we can do this? Yeah. It took me a long time to figure out it was even a possibility. Yeah, cause so Desert said he'd done it, and I was like, okay. And I tried to press like both at the same time. I tried to press, you know, like, one a little bit off, you know, and I couldn't figure it out. And I actually stumbled on it accidentally. I was trying to do a dog whistle and then a horse whistle, and I was trying to do one after the other, and I actually miscounted the number of frames, but it added to both of their affection levels. I was like, no, wait a second, what's going on here? So, totally an accident. Yeah, I can't claim responsibility for actually discovering it. Take faster, dude. Holy cow. You know, I think it has to do with the number of sprites on the screen. I don't know. Like, what does the farm and the Green Ranch and the flower shop all have in common? Like, why those locations? It really just lags out on those locations only. I don't know. And then you see him running normally, it's like, oh man, you sped this up, didn't you? But no, it's just slowed down over here. Let's see, alright, so we'll start selling the chickens off, because Ellie is basically done. Ellie's actually... for this one, yeah, until I can get the emulator functional, which I'm not entirely sure I will. I actually had to get a lot of help from the Ocarina of Time community, of all people, because they've, oh man, they have just torn that game apart over there. I think when I was first working on this, they had a team of people who were, oh my gosh, they were writing assembly and then compiling it and then comparing it to the Ocarina of Time code. And they were trying to manually, by trial and error, rebuild the entire Ocarina of Time in assembly. So that's like how dedicated they are over there. And I was just like, how do I get this to run on BizHawk? Because, you know, like I said, there are actually a couple of, what do you call it? A couple of N64, oh, I'm getting the strength berry today, that's what's going on. I need to up my energy. Yeah, so there's a couple of games for the N64 they're weird, and it's something in like the codec, it's something in memory that makes them weird, and you can't just emulate them. You have to do something for the visuals. I don't get it. I just followed the instructions and it worked, but you have to use like very specific rendering tools and settings, and they've got it down over there. But since this game was built, I guess, internally, somewhat similarly, in some aspects, I don't know it as well as I probably should to be doing this. Again, you see all the lag, it's because I also kind of don't know what I'm doing. As far as the emulator's concerned, I'm kind of I play the game and I like playing the game, and no one else would do this, so I try my best. Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of the thing is, should I have done all photos for my first attempt? Yes, of course, because otherwise it wouldn't exist. I mean, like, the way I was thinking it, like, if I don't do it now, I'll never do it, and if I don't do it, nobody's gonna do it. But yeah, I was eating the food so my energy would max out, so I could get the power berry when I got the strength berry. And Now see, I'm kind of taking the long route. I'm going all the way down to the cube, all this stuff. But I have to give the grapes to Duke, so I have time to I have time to spare here. And we'll get that yeah, on the 7th and the 9th as well. So we'll get we have to wait for the photos. And oh, you know what? I remember this. So you see Rhea walking onto the farm. That's what that was. Okay, I was thinking. I know there was a reason that I was taking my time there. It's because I had to set it up so that Maria would enter the screen, so it would activate the cutscene, and then I had to leave before she talked to me. So I had a very narrow frame to exit the farm, so I could trigger that cutscene, but then leave, so I didn't have to sit through it. I remember that. Yeah, I knew there was a reason I was like taking my time there. Let's see here. Yeah, so we got to give the grapes to Duke, and that will push him just far enough that he'll give us the wine. And oh man, it is. So technically, you could do fall 1, 2, and 5, and give him grapes all those days, and you can cut bar visits by 1 day. But the problem is, you don't really have anything to do on these days, so it's actually slower to use fewer bar days, and it's weird. It's weird that it's faster to use more bar days. Man. Well, the reason it's faster is the reason it was faster to wait for Maria is that we are waiting for the bar to open anyway. So, you know, I could spend it anywhere waiting for it to open, and I spent it on the farm to get that cutscene going. So, you know, yes and no. So fall 3rd, that's a Sunday. Then we have the Calf Festival. I see the 5th as well. I don't even acknowledge that Grandma exists in this run. She's put into the pile of NPCs that we don't even acknowledge existence. Oh, today's kind of fun. So it's raining for a reason. Today's a Wednesday, so Ellie is going to be in the flower shop on a Wednesday, but it's also raining and she's over 120 affections, so we can do her sick events. So what we can do here is we can talk to Ellie and give her a gift, and then trigger her sick event on the same day. So kind of a bit of a sequence break. I don't think is intended. But you know, it's useful for us. So Anne's a little bit out of the way here, but Maria's where she usually is. And I believe I used today to restore the vineyard, since it's raining, so we're not going to see Rick. Yeah, Granny's usually non-existent. I think Desert had a route where you kill the grandma to give affection to Ellie somehow, and I don't know the specifics on it. You'll have to talk to him about it. He's kind of the one with the quirky, unique runs that sound weird but end up actually being a lot better. But yeah. And this is actually one of those days where since I'm not taking up a music box, I'm out on the town a lot earlier than I usually would be. So, yeah, I had to go to Ann first because the barn opens up at 8 o'clock. But yeah, here's your cyclamen. It's wonderful. Run's going. Actually, the lag is the only bad thing about it. But yeah, we're about to restore the vineyard. We'll get... Let me see. We'll get Karen's photo tomorrow. And then we'll get Ellie's photo on the 9th. Alright, so here's a mushroom for the sprites. It's their favorite thing. So, now they will let me restore the vineyard. You know, I'll be honest with you, I can't believe I stuck it out either. I kind of started out as a joke. I was like, alright, I'll do the first day. I was like, okay, that was alright. I'll do the second day. Before you know it, it's like, I'll do the 300th day. And here we are. Yeah, I'm not gonna say this can't be improved, because even from what I've learned doing this, I can think of routing improvements. I think I relied on fishing a bit too much, but I didn't understand the mechanics of fishing. Dude, yeah, yeah, this is addiction. Yeah, just I could stop any time. I could stop at any frame I want. Right? That sounds about right. So, who else knew you could do this in the rain? Yeah, the fun ones doing the rain is Potpourri's photo, because you get the rain, like animation, but it's also daytime, so it's super weird. It's like daytime rain. I like this. I'm gonna get a good sleep. Hey, wake up. Let me get a good sleep. I hope I have a good dream about Ellie. Oh, look, it's an Ellie dream. Oh yeah, I mean, like, rain in early fall is like a runner's nightmare. This is where we get all tense, like, please, weather, please, please don't make me reset 3 whole days. Not a problem here. Not a problem. Alright, so today, so the catch here, Ellie's ankle event is in the mountains. So I'm cut off from the mountains. I can't go out there. If I want to actually I want to save it for later because it pushes time forward. So I'm cut off from the mountains today because entering that screen at all is going to trigger Ellie's ankle event. Let's see, so I have to do the best I can while staying off of that screen. I've already minipped Anne to be at the vineyard because I have to go up there anyway for Karen, who's not quite at photo affection yet. Oh, I haven't even been to the vineyard yet. We get like the opening vineyard cutscene. Yeah, so here's the reason I avoid the vineyard as much as possible. Look how it's like the whole screen is just lagged out. Oh, it's like I'm walking through molasses. This is like and then Anne's out here. We can just, here we go. It's just, oh, it's so slow here. So this is why we don't do the spam on the vineyard. So we actually don't have to get her up to 200 here. What I can do is I get her up to 190, and then we can do her ankle events. And the reason we'll do her ankle event is that it'll warp time forward by 2 hours. And normally we would not want to do that if we were actually playing through it, because there's only so much time in this day, and you still have to get through town. But what we're going to do here is, like, if you're doing a TAS, like, I don't have to worry about the routing too much. What I want to do is push time forward so I can get to Karen's photo quicker. So it's actually, let me think. You can get her to 200 faster without doing the ankle event, but the ankle event pushes time forward. Oh yeah, so, well, I gotta think about that, because usually we'll dog Karen on a photo day, or on, for instance, when I did it last time, it was spring 30th when I was staying up all night anyway, so whether or not it's faster is kind of irrelevant, as far as like location's concerned, because there are greater things that will stay up later anyway. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, she's lighter than a wine barrel. We'll just drop the dog on top of the tree there, and, oh, yeah, so we have to make sure that we gift Ellie before we do her dream event. It's, that's a thing I mess up kind of regularly when I'm playing, normally. Alright, cool. So, so that ankle event actually pushed time forward by 2 hours. Oh, so we want to push time forward because Karen's photo only happens at 6 p.m. We gotta wait till night. So if there's any little boost that we can get, it'd be better. So if we're playing this day, well, first of all, my problem is the mountain is banned. I'm banned from the mountains because Ellie's ankle event's over there. I can't go over there. So, there's not as much to do, but I still have to wait till 6 p.m. So it's in my best interest to push time forward here. I'll be using Ellie's ankle event to push time forward on her photo event day. But I also do something a little unique for her photo. It's something that we also don't usually do in a normal playthrough. It's not TAS only. Come on, puppy, get out of the trees. Yeah, so we gotta wait for Karen. So normally if we were waiting on the farm, we'd have to, like, the shipper would come by, and then we'd have to wait for Karen. And then she would walk on the screen and we'd have to listen to her say, like, hey. But this way we can ignore the shipper entirely. If we wait for the cutoff, we can just go into the farm and Karen will be there. We don't have to wait for her to walk on or anything. Yeah, weeds can totally grow over the music box space. Absolutely. Let's see, why did I come back? I'm trying to go back into my my mindset why I did this. Because I know all the actions I did, there was a specific reason for it. I think I was sitting out there, like, tilling and upgrading. Oh, yeah, that's right, because the shipper comes on, we can set the dog inside, because we have to put the dog back inside. And now... Yeah, okay, I remember that. I'm going to put the chickens up in the part of the screen that's not laggy. And then we'll sit here and wait for her to stand on top of us. Nice, okay, yeah. So the weeds can grow over the music box space, but it's not really a big deal because we can pick up and throw the weeds. Like the scythe is another tool, like the watering can. We don't even touch the entire run because we don't need to. We can just pick up and throw the weeds. But this is one of our photos. This is yeah, Karen's Kifu Fairy photo. This is one we were dreaming about the other night when we were supposed to have a good sleep. Yeah, the goddess came and woke us up. Yeah, I mean, normally you wouldn't wait that long to get the wine. Like, it can give you a heart attack doing all photos, because if you miscount Duke, like, it's done. But I could do it in a TAS, that's fine. No big deal. It cuts a day off the bar visits, so I'm good with that. Alright, fall 9th. This is Ellie's photo day, so it's another day we're gonna have to wait. Yeah, miscount Duke's affection. So there's a lot of numbers you gotta keep track of when you're running this game. Well, when you're running all photos. It's mostly affection, but you got to keep track of your money and your happiness, and there's a couple other things. Yeah, Duke's affection. Some people count as affection, some people count visits to Duke, like whatever's easier, honestly. But if you miscount either one of them, what happens is, you go and you give him a gift, and you're like, "Where's my wine?" And then if you're waiting until fall, it's the cutoff time. You got to restore the vineyard. But if he doesn't give you the wine, you can't restore the vineyard, and you can miss an entire photo. So it gets really nerve-wracking if you wait to give Duke grapes, which you can do. You can do it, and it saves a day, but you have to wait till the very last minute. It's just, Alright, so now we can do Ellie's ankle events. However, we need to do her affection first, because once you do her ankle event, you can't access her in the bakery anymore. But all the ankle events push time forward by 2 hours, so they're useful in some situations. At least the time warp part is. Usually in a normal run, the time warp's irrelevant, because you can't plan on when you get the ankle. But if you can manip all this stuff, you can plan out when you go to the ankle. And here it's a Saturday, so I have to wait till 10 o'clock, because if you enter this screen before 10 o'clock, Rick doesn't appear at all. Alright, so we'll just kind of make a line down here, and Ellie's ankle is actually going to warp us back into town, so it's going to be a little bit weird. Alright, so I have the chicken out there. So I'm fairly sure I do Kent spam today, but I can't remember if I do it with a chicken or if I do it with an animal. Well, I guess a chicken is an animal, but I bet I do it with a dragonfly. I think it depends on what shows up. There might be a monkey out there, because there's not a chicken here. It's either a monkey or a dragonfly I use here. I bet it's the dragonfly. The dragonfly's right. Oh, monkey? We do monkey? Okay, we can do monkey. Oh, no, okay. Monkey? Alright, we'll do monkey. Whatever works, man. Yeah, Kent likes all the animals. You can spam him up to max, just like this. So the thing about Kent here is, at a certain affection level, I believe it's like 150, we need to get him to at least 160. But Kent has a cutscene where he comes to the farm with Stu, and they say, "Oh, your dog had puppies," and it's a whole thing. But it's one of those unique cutscenes where they don't leave. They will stand out there, and it's like when Cliff initially shows up to the farm, where he will just sit out there and wait for you. So this is one of those scenes, and the difference is Ellie's photo is today, and Ellie's photos has priority. So the game's gonna kind of have this moment where it has to choose between these two cutscenes. You have the dog cutscene here, and then you have Ellie's cutscene, but they're overlapping. Now they're not gonna leave, but Ellie's cutscene has priority, so the game kind of freaks out because it doesn't know what to do. So it just kind of resets itself. It's like, here, let me make things better. Oh yeah, so there it kind of froze. The game's like, what's going on? We'll just set this right. Yeah, so you don't have to like see Ellie walking on the farm or anything. And then we have the rock, so this thing's gonna just float in front of us and then disappear. So that one's a TAS only strat specifically because we use that cutscene for happiness later on, normally in the run. But you can also kind of use it in this fashion, and it's one of those things that I think I used to do to warp back to the top of the farm after clearing it before I actually knew all the happiness that cutscene gave me. I'll give us a little cheek kiss. I turned into a little raspberry. Oh, this one's fun. No. Dude, door's over there. Get out of here. You lose a little affection with him, but you can totally spam him. No big deal. It's like, okay, so you can either get warped all the way into town and go through the cutscene with his grandpa being sick, or you can say, no, kid, scram, and it's over. So we're telling him to scram. And now he's gonna come to the farm and try to talk to us about every single animal we have. But like, Kent seriously has a cutscene for every animal, like small chicken, big chicken, horse, big horse, little cow, big cow, all of it. Like, he has a cutscene where he shows up and talks about it. I think this is the festival where I make up for the talk with Cliff that I missed. But this is another festival where I can't. It's so slow, and I can't do anything about it. Yeah, like I try to go off in the corner, get all the sprites off the screen, but I think it's still running slow. Kind of no way to tell, really. You know, now that I think about it, I don't know if Kent's spam works with Dragonfly. I know it works with a monkey. I think maybe I was just getting the Dragonfly out of the way, because I know I was having a problem there trying to talk to him, and he would pick up the other animal instead. Like, no. So I like moved it out of the way. It may not work with the Dragonfly. I know it works with a monkey. I know Kent's spam works with the chicken. But yeah, so this wait is like double what it should be in real time because it's running slow. Oop, buzz. Alright, sorry about that. And thankfully we don't have to reset for this because we can just get the coin. Yeah, no, this lag really does kind of make me sad for as much work as I put into it. Like, it really makes it a lot slower than it would normally be. Alright, so from here on, there's actually not a lot of affection going on. Let's see, in fact, I don't even think we need to get back up until bridge work. Yeah, so we're going to be sleeping through until the 23rd. That's our first day of bridge work. I mean, coin manip's easy. You know, you just you sleep on the right frame and you get the coin. I mean, so yeah, we've known that one for a while. It's about trying to figure out how to get it, you know, with an actual controller. Like, I can do it when I get to pick the frame, no problem. No problem. Yeah, so the reset console thing, that was something that we tried to work out, where we can do it with a controller. You know, you reset the timer to 0, and then you could, you know, set a timer to hit the right frame. So we know that the winner is chosen on whatever frame that you open the file on, or in this case, the day that you write to the diary. So we know that. The problem was, how can we consistently hit the correct frame? That was the problem. And that's why we reset the console, because we know if we reset the console, it's at 0. And then we set a timer and say, okay, at exactly this point, there's 2 or 3 frames where we're chosen as king. And it actually increases the chances from what it would be, because you know that there's a set of frames in there where you win the coin. And then it's all about, like, getting the timing right, and it's you work in the muscle memory. So yeah, the problem wasn't so much figuring out how it worked, so much as it was figuring out how we could reliably do it with an actual controller. And I took a second there because I was manipulating rain for tomorrow, but you won't see that yet. You know what? I was also manipulating Rick showing up. That's why it took so long, because I had to get both of those. Of course, because it's a Saturday. And of course, this is before I realized that these were not counting towards my upgrade. I think I still have not realized at this point. I'm like, oh, I'm saving time by taking up the music box somewhere else. Not realizing that I'm actually losing time by not upgrading the tool. So, you know, again, playing you learn. Don't make my mistakes. Oh, Cliff has a cutscene here. Cliff has a cutscene on the ranch here, and selling this animal clears it. I remember this one. So, Cliff is at high enough affection where if you walked out onto the ranch, it would have played a cutscene here, where, like, Cliff tries to pet the horse, and Anne, like, goes up and stops him. But entering the shop and selling the chicken totally clears that scene, so now I'm free to go out into the ranch. Am I further away? I don't think so. Oh, I moved my phone off. I might have moved something around. I mean, it could be that too. I don't feel like I've moved anything. I might have, though. And now we do the bridge work. Like, finally. But you have to sell that chicken first. Otherwise, you can't do it. You get back to, after you do the other stuff in town you need to do, you don't get back to the ranch fast enough to sell the chicken. Like, Doug is like, yeah, no, too late, I'm out. Not gonna happen. Let's see here. Music box for Maria. No. Okay. All right. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't think so. I was thinking Anne needs it a lot more. I was like, how am I gonna play this one out? But I just gave her a cabbage. I didn't give her a music box. Okay. So it's gonna rain tomorrow, and I need that because yeah, Anne's sick event only happens on rainy or snowy Sundays. So somewhere in the run, I need a rainy or snowy Sunday, and I like this one because hang on. Yeah, I like it because it's a bridge work day. So, yeah, what I can do is I can do the bridge work, push time forward, and then I can do the same thing I did with Ellie. So, on a rainy day, Anne exists in the barn. So you can go up and give her a gift, and then you can go down and do her sick event. So, it's the double dip. Oh, I see. I'm selling a chicken today. I was thinking there's enough time to do this after bridge work. Why would I? But I need to sell a chicken, which means I would not otherwise have time. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Ken. Oh, man. The thing is, like, I would put off doing his spam until the very end of the game. But the problem is, the cow photo, getting the cow photo, or winning the cow festival pushes his affection to the point where he'll show up anyway. So it's like, it's gonna happen at some point in the game. Yeah, but these sick events, like, you get affection just for appearing in the room. And then you just get to leave. You don't even have to talk to her. Alright, I guess now's a good time to bring up the affection bonus from the bridge work. So the bridge and the hot springs, they give an affection bonus if you work 4 out of the possible 5 days, which is really weird. It's a weird number, because I think it was intended to be like if you work all of the days, you get the bonus, but then they added a day of work. I'm not really sure. So you have to work the last day, and you have to work 3 of the other days, but you can choose one day to not do, as long as it's 4 days. Every villager gets a free affection bonus. So normally at this point in the run, if we're actually doing a run, whoever's doing it would have to decide, okay, what do I need more? Do I need the money and work that extra day of bridge work, or do I need affection and skip a day of bridge work and get affection for all the people? And for the TAS, it's pretty simple. Affection is the huge bottleneck. So we go for the affection bonus here. Plus it's faster. But yeah, we have like the mines and we have milking the cows later on. So Yeah, it's, like manipulating the mines, huge money boost. Um, so like I could do all 5 and get an extra. Uh, it's not in my best interest. So, oh man, holy crow! The list of villagers that get the affection bonus, it's huge. It's basically anyone who's not in the mountains, including NPCs that don't exist yet. So like Gray's child gets +3, and like the recipe guy gets +3, and the bug guy gets +3, and like the list is enormous. So, like your own child gets +3. It's yeah, forgetting the party photo, it's not necessary, but it increases the safety envelope. Oh, that's interesting. Why did I give him a gift and not talk to him? I should have like given him a gift and talked to him right there. I didn't. I don't know why. I mean, it's in my route too. Give him a gift. I don't know why I would not talk to him there as well. I mean, I guess I figured, you know, we're going for the minimum. We'll just like. That's so weird. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So here we kind of have the opposite problem, where we have to hold on to the music box for Anne, but we also need to give Ellie something, so we're going to give her an egg and get out of there. She doesn't even know we have a music box. If you don't talk to her, then... yeah, I know, the list, it's like everyone but the carpenters and the old people in the mountain. I've seen the list a couple times. It's... yeah, anyone you could possibly think of that exists in this game. Today's Wednesday. I think it's the last day. This is the last day of bridge work, so yeah, Cliff's gonna be on the ranch, so we'll sell the last chicken. Cool, yeah, okay, so we'll sell the chicken and Cliff is gonna be over there. Doug, why are you here? Oh, the horse race. So I had to wait for Cliff to appear, because Cliff appears later. Yeah, so I had all that waiting over there, but yeah, what I'm really doing is putting off the time until this opens. So the NPC locations on a given screen are calculated when you enter that screen. So depending on what time you enter a screen, it will decide, you know, oh, is it past this person's time to appear or not? So yeah, although Cliff is supposed to be here, and time is paused while we're inside. So the time that we entered the building and the time that we came out of the building is the same time. But Cliff's location, since it was past his time to show up, he suddenly just appeared. So we were just like waiting for him to show up. I don't think I skipped 2 days. Pretty sure I only skipped 1 day. I could be wrong though. Maybe. I doubt it, but... I mean, I feel like I would have... when I was first doing this, I'd be like, why is my money 1,000 behind what I thought? He fallen asleep over there. No, it's alright. It's pretty early slash late for sure. I mean, I haven't had a lot of sleep myself, so I'm doing alright. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so we're, the dog and the horse affection. So, yeah, the horse gets affection when you ride him and when you whistle him. And when you brush him. So +2 when you brush him, and then +1 when you ride him. And then it'll subtract by 1 every time you go to sleep. So negating the -1, if you whistle for the horse, you negate the -1 when you sleep. So it basically it cancels out to 0. So the only affection that really counts here is the brushing. Brushing and riding. I do occasionally use the whistle, like right here at the end. I'll whistle the dog to make him come toward me. And that carries over into the next day. Well, I guess here it didn't, because... yeah, here it is. Sometimes his animation will override it. So I was planning on getting into this when we were doing the cows, but animal animation has a very specific... The animations for animals has a really specific RNG. That it took me a while to figure it out. But I was going to explain it when we get to the cows, because it'll make a whole lot more sense. Alright, so here we're going to accept the cows. And then we're going to keep him. So we've really got nothing to do until winter 4. And that'll be a bit of a special day. So this part of the run is going to look really similar to our actual runs, where we want to stay up all night on winter 4 so that we can keep the cows that we borrowed. Our frozen vegetables over here. Yeah, we don't give cows back in this game. I think ever since Corndog stumbled upon that one, we don't ever give cows back. Oh, come on, Oceanberry! Come on, Oceanberry! Come on, Oceanberry! Oh man. Spoilers, I don't get Oceanberry in the whole game. Alright, so today's a Wednesday. We're gonna, well, Cliff should be showing up here. And that's why we went fishing, to kind of push time forward a little bit so we could get Cliff to show up. Thinking about it now, I guess if I was a little bit smarter, I would have maybe fished a little bit longer to push time forward instead of going all the way up to the barn. Alright, so we're looking for Maria. She's the one who we're going to push over. You know what, it might not be Maria, it might actually be Anne. I'm gonna try to remember what I did this run. See, I can't see any of the heart colors, so I'm not 100% sure. But I bet it's Anne. I bet it's gonna be Anne. So we're gonna get Anne's dream events because we haven't done her dream event. That's all right. Obligatory cutscene. I wish I knew why the game lags. I know it's like an emulator issue, but dude, TBJ, you still exist. Oh man, I haven't heard from you in like 2 years. You know, I wish I knew why the screens lags. I'm not an expert on the emulator stuff. I think Desert's the closest we have to an expert around here. Actually, you know what, TBJ, you know more than I do about this. I think you wrote the whole emulator guide for this game, so. You know, it is actually kind of interesting that there's snow on the vegetables. That's a good point. Like, why is there a sprite of snow-colored vegetables if they aren't meant to exist in the winter? Good point. Good point. Yeah, no, TBJ. I don't know how long it's been since you've seen this thing. Um, a lot of stuff has improved in the last year or so. Um, but for this one, basically, it's a lot of dead time. So I'm gonna go for this berry right here. I have 100 strikes before it upgrades. Yeah, so the farm lags, the vineyard lags, the Green Ranch lags, and there's a space outside of the flower shop, and there's something that all of those places have in common, where it drops down to like 15 FPS instead of the 30 FPS, and I don't know why. I'm pretty sure it's like an emulator loading issue, but I don't know. You know, I have this thing about best girl. I've never really had a best girl in this game. I've said Ellie before because like Ellie's my favorite to route. Um, I don't know. I think I'm supposed to have a best girl if I'm a runner in this game. Uh, but like I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, for the whistle, yeah, there's a dog and a horse. I I found out much later that you can actually there is a button combination you can do where you can do one whistle and it activates the dog and the horse's affection. But at this point I hadn't figured it out yet. But there is a way to do it. Yeah, like I've tried messing with the settings for this, trying different things that, because man, that settings bar is complicated. I don't know what a lot of the stuff means, and I don't want to. Like, mess with what I've got, you know? But at the same time, I do want to get rid of this lag, because this thing could be so much faster. I'm still impressed this thing's as fast as it is with, like, all the lagging we have so far. But I actually just went to get some coffee, because this thing's about to get, like, we have all the... Well, we still have some affection with Anne left to go, but we're about to get into the more technical part. So we're done with the affection loops. More or less, we're done with the affection loops. So we're into like trying to do the minimum amount per day now to the end of the run. So a lot of it's very front loaded. Oh, here's like first thing that's actually pretty cool. So the My Minute. I know Gogo's been working on trying to figure out where the how to predict where the hole is in the mine. Yeah, so this whole sequence took me like a couple days to find all the right plots. But yeah, if you can manip the mine, money's not a problem. Yeah, so the RNG for the hole, for the next level's hole, is implemented on the frame that you hit A on the Do You Want to Enter. So that frame right there is when you go down to the next level. But also, like, for the mine in particular, if you hit C up, on the frame before the text box appears, you can instantly pocket your item and the text box doesn't even show up. So, you know, no big deal, just a bag full of rare metals, you know, casual, just a casual 8000 G. Alright, and here I'll kind of space out selling them because I'm not going to go to the mines for a little bit, and it's actually a lot faster to load the start menu inside the house and like outside the farm than it is to like stand in front of the shipping bin and get everything out of the start menu and throw it in. So we're just going to be kind of one by one selling these on our way in and out of bridge work. So meanwhile, we're trying to get Anne. We're trying to push Anne up over 200 while it's still winter. So Anne's photo only happens on a sunny winter day, but it also only happens if her affection is over 200. So, yeah, we haven't even gotten her angle event. So her angle event's at 180. Yeah, so we're mostly focusing on Anne right now. Yeah, for RTA, no, it's at the moment it's kind of bleak. I think last time Gogo ran like a brute force check, it looked like every single square had a somewhat equal chance of being chosen. Got any tips? You know, man, I want to say not for now. Like, I don't want to give away spoilers. Tips, Ellie's best girl. I guess it depends on your goal. Like, if you're playing this game, I don't know. What's your goal? I guess my goal for this one is all of the photos, but I kind of like this game because there's not a specified, defined goal. You kind of do whatever you want. Yeah, so the small chickens do not need food. Never have. Small cows as well don't need food. And yes, stone fences are great. As long as they're big enough, depending on the number of cows you have, yes. I don't need them in this run because I can kind of manipulate the cow movements. It's a little iffy because the cow. So the way the RNG works with the cow movement is there's a set number of frames where a cow will either walk a direction or do an animation, like lay down and sleep, or I don't know, like nibble at the grass, or it will choose direction and walk. So, and there's a set number of frames before that happens, and there's one specific one, the cow go to sleep one, where if you get that one, that cow is not moving, not ever. You get that one, he's stuck there. So what you have to do is you have to find where that frame window is, and if during the frame window between changing one animation to the next, if you are standing within a certain proximity of the cow facing a certain direction, the cow will also face that direction and start walking. So you could just be like running past and you turn left and the cow will start walking left, and then you keep going. So you just have to happen to be next to him during that very specific number of frames, and then you build around that. But yeah, like a chicken outside on a stone fence, the only thing you need to worry about really is raining. Like they'll all get fed, and yeah, because if you don't have the little fence there, they will run off to the corners. You don't see it a lot in here because I can kind of manip their movement, but it will happen. Yeah, the cows are still small. The cows have not grown up yet, but yeah, that's also a thing. I can manip their status, their happy, angry status. Yeah. Oh no, the horse. Yeah, horse doesn't mind. There's really the only thing you can do to bother your horse is hit it with a tool. But yeah, they don't mind the weather. Surprise, Power Berry. Let's see how far we can go. Yeah, like the fences aren't necessary, but they can help. And the stone ones, I don't think the stones are meant to be used as a fence, but they don't degrade over time, which is nice. The thing is, you can't hop over them. But they work really well for, say, holding in cows, or, yeah, the chickens that like to wander. Like, when I'm playing, I try to stay off the farm. Or, like, I'll put a chicken down, and then I will leave the farm. So the chicken has to stay there. Or I'll spend as little time as possible actually on the farm, so they don't have a chance to leave. But, yeah, I mean, if you let them, those chickens, they will wander to the far corners of the farm. The cows will, too. Oh yeah, the clock in this game, it's I think 5 minutes every RTA second. So 12 seconds, that's a whole hour. Yeah, no, the time, yeah, if you're used to other games, this one it'll throw you off. Like the sun sets fast. Oh no. So mine berry is I think it has happened 1 or 2 times, but we never plan on it, not ever. Like Oceanberry, you can kind of plan for if you reset every time you don't get it. But Mineberry, no, don't plan on that. In fact, most of the time, I think I don't ever use the mines in my Alphotos runs. But I also do chickens in mine, so I think a lot of the times we don't even use the mines at all for our Alphotos runs. But, you know, it depends on the person, depends on the route. Yeah, no, the time in this game, like, if you are not on your game, if you don't, like, have the day planned out, but, like, that's part of, like, speedrunning this game, too, is, like, that it actually poses that challenge. If, like, you choose to do it, you gotta, like, do all the things. Alright, dog race coming up. This one's kind of fun. Dog here. I think I totally... Yeah, I did. I totally entered the dog here, and then I tried to get him to win the race. He would not win the race, so... Well, anyway. Oh yeah, her ankle. Alright, so she's at 190 now. That'll put her up to 190. We're gonna put her on the 21st. Probably. Yeah, we usually do the extensions on winter 20th. I think I do them on the 21st here. Well, NPC locations. Plus, pushing the cows. You can push the cows' birthday forward. But yeah, I get that later. You kind of have to line up when your cow gets to an adult so that you can sell him before he has a chance to get sick. And you try to line that up with days that are feasible to do other work things so you can kind of smoosh all your stuff together. I mean, was it like, I think Back to Nature has the same, I forget which one it is. 'Cause like, I run this one and I occasionally watch other ones, so I get them all confused. But I think like Back to Nature use the same exact sprites. So I do the dog race next year. I was kind of hoping that I could get it out of the way and that I wouldn't have to worry about its affection. But at the same time, the party photo requires 200 affection for the dog, so you might as well. Oh, this is kind of fun. I waited till the very last second here to hit A there. So when you back out of this, it's the same frame that the race starts. And the game doesn't know where to place, doesn't know where to place the sprites. It places it on your character. So this game, like your character's in the middle, and then it like moves the map around you, and it places NPCs based on your location. But you're the main character whose location is like 0. So if the like sprite distance from you like isn't set, then I'll place everyone on top of you. It's real fun. But again, you have to hit that exact frame. So I'm gonna get some free lumber here. And a cute clock. Nice. Got the Moo Moo watch. Oh man, you know the best time is when you do really well in the dog race, and you're so happy that you won all the medals that you forget to actually buy the lumber. Oh, that's the best. Because yeah, no, that race is not guaranteed at all. We've like put so much into trying to figure out a consistent way to get enough medals to buy the lumber for that race. Like it's. I mean, you love it or you hate it. Yeah, Dak, I'll see you later. You know, I was actually checking the schedule. I think it was still question marks over demo. I don't know what he's doing. I think he's coming up next, but I don't even know what he's doing. I guess it's still a surprise. No spoilers. So here we're just waiting for the carpenters to open. I'm not going to spend a whole day mining because it's not worth the time. Like if I'm doing the bridge work pushes time forward to 3 o'clock, and then I can just run out to the mine, and they kick me out at 5. So I have 2 hours, or like 12 in-game seconds, to get all the rare metals, which I can do. Oh wait, no, it's 3. It's 3 to... I think it's 3 to 5. That's still 2 hours. But yeah, if you have like the whole day to do the mine, it's like... In an actual playthrough, yeah, it'd be worth it. But for like this, when I can manip all the locations, I just don't need that much time. Right, I think this is going to push her over. I keep saying push her over, again, I'll like push her over into the snow. Alright, so we'll buy a kitchen, we're buying a cow, give a potato to Anne, so we're going to get her photo today. What I mean is like push her affection over 200, which is the, you know, the limit of getting her photo. That's what I mean. Yes, the cat is making noise because her favorite, or Cadet's favorite human is now awake. Oh, hey, what cat was that? Look who's here for a photo. Oh man. Yes, it is a very needy cat. It meows all the time for snacks. Excuse me, it's been 5 minutes since my last snack. Where's my next snack? Excuse me, human. Where are my snacks? Snack provider. So, fun fact, I originally named that cow Ellie. And you can actually ask Desert this because he was there when I did it. And he was actually the one that said, hey, why are you doing that? Because I wanted Ellie to win the cow festival because I thought it would be funny. And then I changed it. So, fun fact. Fun fact concluded. Now we make our cows happy. These are the cows that we stole. Now we're just beating them up. I know. I left Desert alone. All right. I beat all the cows except for Desert. His time will come. Oh yeah, so I should maybe explain that. So yeah, so in the code it's mistyped. So instead of subtracting 30 affection every time I hit them, it subtracts negative 30 every time I hit them. So it adds 30. So I can max out their affection by hitting them with a tool. So it's not underflow. That's something different. It would be nice to find that in this game, and I still believe it exists somewhere. We just haven't found it yet. let's see. So the kitchen should be done on the 25th, but I think we don't need to do anything until spring. I think all the other stuff is done. But yeah, spring 3rd is going to be kind of a busy day because we have to plant grass for the cows. The cows do love the way it. Yeah, they do. I mean, I'm not going to kink shame, you know. The cows have their original names. So, well, actually, in the Japanese version, you can do a thing where you make 2 cows pregnant on the same day. And so they give birth on the same day, but when you enter the barn, there's only one naming screen. So you can name one of the cows, and the other cow gets, like, it's this junk garbage name. No, okay, so they have their original names that they had when we first got them. So you get, like, Momoko and Moito and I forget the other one was. I don't know, Mobius strip. Oh, we're gonna get Anne's dream. I'm trying to think ahead. We're gonna do the. Let's see. We've got to get the bathroom today, so we're probably gonna get Anne's dream cutscene when we go out to the mountains. So yeah, these are our grass plots. We need grass so the cows will survive. Oh, okay, so get this. I meant to do all of this last year, because there's plenty of downtime to do this in the first year. The problem was, I was going to do these while waiting for Ellie and Karen's photos. What I did not account for is that the flower shop stopped selling grass in the fall. So I went over there to buy grass, and it was gone. So I was like, oh no. Oh no. You know, otherwise I would have to like go back and redo like a whole week of in-game time. So I was hitting the same tile for the music box. So the music box is an item in this game that adds an extra +5 bonus if you get it fixed by Rick. Yeah, I used it a whole lot in the first season. It's kind of a weird, very easily manipulated item. It's also very easy to break. I'm pretty sure it's a glitch, but yeah, I mean you can break it too, and I've done it a couple times, and it's basically the end of an all photos run. Like you if you break the music box glitch, that you're done. So how do I explain this? Okay, so you can dig up a broken music box on your farm, and then this guy Rick, if his affection is over 40, he'll fix it for you. He'll give you this whole dialogue and he'll fix it for you. Meanwhile, if you have a fixed box, you can also go back and dig up an old music box, the same music box that there's supposed to be only one of in the game, I think. And if you don't give away your fixed music box before you talk to Rick, Rick will quote-unquote fix the old music box, but the item will remain in your inventory, so it gets stuck in this state of you can't dig up a new music box, but you also can't get one fixed, so you can't keep the cycle going. So there is a way to break it. It's kind of playing with fire sometimes when you have a fixed and a broken box in your inventory. Vicky, you exist too. I get to see TBJ and Vicky today. Oh, well, that's the point, is I didn't get grass. That's the thing. I had to wait until spring of this year to get grass. I was saying in my planned route, I originally planned to plant all this grass way long time ago and have it already done, but I realized too late that that grass wasn't sold in the fall. So yeah, routing error for sure. But yeah, so every time I do that, I find a way around it or find a way to fix it. Um, I mean, technically we have to wait for. Sorry. Well, it won't be a time loss now. It'll be a time loss in years 3, I think, because you can only buy 20 seeds at a time. So you have to go at least 3 times to buy 20, 20, and then at least 3, because 43 is the minimum number of bags to fulfill the requirement. So I mean, yes and no. Like it just makes it kind of a pain later. But you know, there's also a lot of dead time later in the game. So I would have liked to have it done earlier so I could push my cows outside earlier. But I think in the long run it doesn't make that much difference. It was yeah, I'd routed it differently. Maria, let's go. Yeah, it just meant that, so when something kind of goes wrong in my route or I forget a thing, this happened a couple other times that I noted, like when I forgot to talk to Cliff. I don't know if you were there for that one. I pointed that one out. It basically just means I have to talk to him later at a festival to make up for it. So in this case, what I did was I kind of swapped. So normally when I would be doing grass, I chop stumps. So I just swapped the chopping stumps with doing the grass in my route. So I would do one thing earlier instead of one thing later. So technically it's the same thing, it's just I moved stuff around. But that's like the whole routing for this game, is just moving the necessary things around and then trying to like conglomerate as much stuff into as few days as you can. Because playing fewer days, like inevitably, is like that's the fastest way to play, is to smoosh everything into like a single day. And it becomes more relevant a lot later on. When we get to like spring year 3, like fall, when there's not a lot left to do, but you still have to do them. So you want to like squish them all into as few days as possible so you can just sleep through the other days. Okay, this part, I'm gonna go ahead and say this ahead of time. So this is where we work on like the cow movement manipulation, and you can see the one cow there. That one, he walks faster because he's not loud. So since we have to wait for these cows to walk outside anyway, I'm gonna push up this cow's affection while I'm waiting for them to walk outside, and then try to upgrade this tool while I'm waiting. Now I ran up to him and kept walking because it was that little window where the cow decides what he's gonna do, what she's gonna do. Cows are girls. Okay, so you can see me standing there looking left occasionally. So each of those cows has a different frame between their animations where the game decides what they're going to do next. And if I'm standing in proximity to them facing that direction in that window of time, they will start walking that direction. The problem there was each of these different cows had a different frame, a different gap. So you just have to exist there in the right gap. And each of these cows has a different gap, which is fine when they're smooshed together. But when you start getting them apart, then you have to like kind of move around and try to be in the right place at the right time for each animal. So that was him. Okay. We just have to wait. Kind of do stuff to wait. Got one of them. The other 2 are still moving left. There's years and there's years. Alright, so now they're all moving in the right direction. Oh, so I forgot to buy grass in year one, uh, which means I had to buy it in year two. That's all I meant. As in, like, why I was going out to get grass in year two. So normally I would want to have that done and the grass would be already planted and it would start growing anyway. But I mean, it works out. This is actually the way we do it in the speedruns too, because we don't usually have like 10 million G in the first year because we can't manipulate fishing. So like it's alright. Oh, little note about today. So I got through all of that cow location mapping and I got to town and Rick wasn't there. So today's a Saturday, right? So there's a 50-50 on Rick's location. And I got to this point, Rick isn't here. I forgot to check, like with all this manipulating I did with the cow locations, I forgot to check Rick's location. So we're a music box behind right now because I tried to find, well, I could find a frame where Rick shows up, but then I tried to manip all those cow locations and I could not, I cannot redo it. This is spring year 2. I meant to buy grass in fall of year 1, but you can't buy grass in fall year 1. Which means I should have bought it in summer year 1, but instead I bought it in spring year 2, which is what we do in the actual runs. The difference would be if I had bought them in summer of year 1, then the grass would already be grown in the winter and I could have let the cows out a little bit earlier. Okay, so, cow, we're back to being slow. We have to sell 60 milks in order to win the cow festival. All of our cows have large milk, so that's not an issue. It's technically one of the requirements, but it's not one that really we have to worry about right now. So we're gonna have to come out and milk cows, and I think I do the minimum number, like exactly 60. Like I think I sold my 60th milk on the day of the festival. But what we're doing right now is we are trying to get Maria's affection up so that we can get her photo in the summer. And I'm also kind of waiting for Rick to open here. So I'll chop a few more places for grass. So instead of planting the grass all at once at the end of the spring year 3, instead of that, I'm gonna try planting them a little bit at a time as time goes on. So you know, a little bit here, a little bit there, and it'll add up to all the grass that we need. But like spring and summer year 2 are kind of fun because so there's some like really weird invisible walls that get set up. So item location boundaries start to not match up with their like visual locations, and it gets pretty cool when you can like grab an egg through like across the doghouse, or like pick up a chicken who's on the other side of the shipping bin because its physical location is different from its like visual graphical location. And those will pop up. So if you see me like force pulling a chicken from across the farm, that's what's going on. Unfortunately, it means that an invisible wall will be put up in the library when we do her ankle event, and I've checked every single possible frame to look for a crack, some kind of hole to get through that invisible wall. I could not find one, so we'll be resetting to get rid of that invisible wall. But yeah, there's some really weird physics going on spring, summer, year 2. Alright, so there's her dream events. We can do her dream event with the walls up because the book is sitting right on the counter. We can't do her ankle event because the wall is right at the line of the edge of the counter. Oh yeah, see, where'd that egg come from? Oh my goodness, we're back to... I think it may be the number of sprites that we have on the screen at a time. But also, like, once you get to the top of the farm, it gets like fast again. So I really don't know what's going on with this lag and with these, like with the sprites. So I think what I try to do here is I try to get all of these cows to kind of move toward the top of the screen because it's faster up there. I think by the end I have all the cows lined up at the top, and then it's just like milk, 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 done. But for now, that lag is just killer. So yeah, so we have to ship 60 milks. But you know, it's better than running through town doing all these affection rounds. So it's a lot faster. Where'd that egg come from? Keeps like summoning an egg out of the air. You know, the weird part about this is actually there's some more like direction manipulation going on. Oh, here comes the cow. Let me just get out of his way. Place you up here. Yeah, so I can remember all of the movies I was watching while I was doing this. So I'd be like, I'd be working on the TAS over here, and then I'd have like some kind of garbage playing over here. And it's like, you gotta find the right kind of garbage where you can kind of listen to it and pay attention, but you don't really have to pay attention because you're doing this thing over here. Where'd that egg come from? You know, this is actually my favorite part of the game, and I know it's a little tedious, but it's kind of funny. Go, I know. Believe me, I know. The lag, I have been talking about it every 5 minutes. Listen, I'm a baby taster, all right. Give me a little. This is baby's first TAS. It just sounds like a slave laborer. What do you mean work 80 days a week? Oh, you get used to it. It becomes normal. Just put up with it. Don't settle for even lag. Yeah, so up at the top of the screen, it's a lot better. Let me grab this egg from the other side of the doghouse and head inside. Dude, I know, this is like a Bizhawk. I know. Honestly, I'm kind of sad I didn't find a use for the Phantom Greenhouse. Like I really wanted to find some kind of use for it. But it's just not faster. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna do like 11 of the photos. Like, just because you're happy with one shiny Pokeball doesn't mean some of us aren't going for more. Okay, so I already lost count of how many milks we're doing. But, let's see, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. It's not consuming long. Yeah, so Flower Festival's coming up soon. But I don't know what day we're on. Yeah, there you go, baseline. I dare someone to do better than me at this. There you go. It's not a challenge of doing better than me. It's a challenge of like being focused long enough to complete one. Because this took a year. Like, I don't know how to like explain how much time I spent making this. Oh, today's probably the dancing festival. So, fun fact: I actually maniped Maria being voted as the flower princess queen, so that I wouldn't have to move to ask her to dance. So the little things, Let me get a quick power berry here. Oh, dude, I know, especially for like Harvest Moon 64. Yeah, N64 emulation is not great right now. But we do the best we can with the tools that we have assisting us. I mean, well, look, if the Super Mario 64 community is necessary for this, like, I'm just happy that one exists. It otherwise feels like Nintendo 64 has just been forgotten. Oh man, no, well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, you don't see me, like, backwards long jumping across the farm. Yeah, no, I did minute Maria being voted in to save some dialogue boxes, for sure. And I also skipped going outside on the 25th there because Ellie was outside waiting for me for the birthday gifts. And, I don't got time for that. up to 60 milks yet? We gotta be getting close. Yeah, I think we're in the 40s, so we're good. 44, 48. The 28th is a big day. Oh, I'm glad I could bore you to sleep. I'm glad I could help. How many desyncs? 0, if you can believe that. Incredible. Yeah, Desert had some desyncs when I tried to cement him. It was like a BK file. So that's actually the problem I foresee in trying to teamwork one of these, for lack of appropriate word, is that we'd have to have exactly the same emulator settings. So, dude, I know. I did have a couple of times when I accidentally made it restart. Like there's a control 1 letter that's right next to V. I don't remember which one it is, but every time I accidentally hit it, it jumps to the top and it forces me to watch the entire, like, 2-3 hours until, and I'm like, oh, like I was in the middle of something. I've definitely had some times when, oh nice, we fully updated it. No, I've definitely had some times when I've gotten like a couple of days in and I realized, oh no, I forgot to do this. And I had to go all the way back and just delete it all and redo it. Definitely plenty of those. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. It's early for me too. I'm just force pull this egg over here and. Alright, so today's actually an example of when I'm trying to do a lot of things on the same day. So I can, give the egg to Ellie. I want to sell a cow. I want to buy a blue feather. Like, I want to do all these. Like, these are all things I have to do. I want to try to do them all on the same day. Or I want to try to find at least one day where I can do all of these things. Actually, I'm not sure if Maria's, I don't know if her ankle or her dream are in effect yet. Oh, it's a Monday, so she's not going to be in there anyway. Okay. Yeah, Maria's probably outside the church. But she is the last girl I need a photo of. Yeah, and you can tell how many visits we have for Maria left based on how many cabbages we have left on the farm. So if you're counting that down. Alright, so here's kind of a neat thing where I pushed kind of two things together. So I don't know if anyone noticed, but this morning when I came outside, when I was milking the cows, I pushed one of the cows toward the bottom. And then I milked the others and I left. So now that cow is on the bottom part of the screen. So now that we've equipped the grass, we can plant grass. This actually might not be the time I'm talking about or thinking about. I might be thinking about another time. But see, I'm pushing that cow down so that I can sell it and then warp back up to the top. Bye, Desert. See you later. I hope you make good hamburger. Oh, Maria. Give me your photos so I can just ignore you. Desert, you only sold for $7,500. What's up with that? Yeah, no, welcome to Welcome to our all photos test. Oh man, no, I do it a lot better later. But then again, I still have 3 cows to sell. That was the idea. Oh, also welcome to summer. Yeah, the sad part is I really wanted Desert to win the cow festival, but his position was just too convenient. I had to sell him. I didn't have a choice. Alright, so why is today rainy? Because Maria's sick of it. That's why it's rainy. Alright, so yeah, here's an example of where we need to get a thing done, but we cannot access Maria until 9 o'clock. So we've got a little bit of time. So I'm going to spend that time digging a spot for grass. Because I'm mostly just waiting for Maria's sick event. I should buy an extension today. I would be surprised if I did not buy an extension today, since we're like smooshing events together. Dude, go. Your time is coming. Your time is coming. You don't know yet. But you'll have to wait a year, I think. I don't think it's the rain. I think it's the farm itself, because it's been doing that the entire time. It's the emulator. But no, it's been a constant complaint. I've been complaining about it this entire time. Oh man, the lag. My only regret from this is not making sure the emulator settings were better before I made it. Alright, so we have to make sure we enter the screen here to trigger selling, or not selling, but yeah, buying a baby bed. So we have to enter the screen to trigger that, because we're going to sell the cow too, and that's a separate, you have to re-enter the screen because you can only do one of those at a time. I mean, I can do that as a project. I could find all the slow bits and speed them up. If only to see what the potential time, like best time for this would be. I could do that. I can make that a project. I'm kind of busy catching Pokemon right now, but yeah, I could do that. All right, see you, Maria. Not even gonna talk to you. All right, yeah, that's really our last real day until we do Maria's ankle event. So I've tried to take all the things that we need to do in the spring and fall, at least before the cow festival. That's kind of what this leg kind of goes from spring 1 to cow festival. So I've tried to take all the things that we need to do and condense them into very specific days. Rena, dude, I found your lost satchel the other day. I hope it got returned to you. Yeah, it had some like stardust in it, so I figured you lost it in one of those space-time distortions. let's see here. Baby bed's done, so the dog warps outside. However, oh, never mind. I thought the mayor was going to be outside today. Interesting. It must be past the 8th, because usually the mayor would be outside on the 8th, because the Festival Festival is on the 9th, but I bet today is summer 9th, and I just miscounted the sleeps. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know I skipped the 8th. I thought I was going outside on the 8th. I was thinking I would skip it, so yeah, that makes sense. It's just a day later than I thought it was. I know the 21st. The 21st is the day I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do everything today. Because Maria's photo doesn't happen until nighttime, so you have to wait until nighttime to do that event. So you try to like shove all the events you can into that time period. So, oh, you know, fun fact, actually, I don't use Maria's dream to warp to her photo. I use a different event. I mean, I had a thing where I died where I was, it put me in a battle, and then it went into battle mode, and I was drowning in the water in the battle mode, and I was like, can I, like, and then I died. So, still a little bit buggy. And let's just, like, alienate everyone who hasn't played Arceus yet. The 21st yet. Yeah, so we have sold all the milk we need to sell. That's good. Oh, okay, so we reset it here. Here we go. Here's the 21st. We have to reset it so we can do Marie's ankle event. Otherwise, there is an invisible wall in the library where you can't reach her. So you have to reset it. And I tried manipulating some stuff with the reset. Like, I changed the frame that you reset to see if I could find one where some of the variables remained. Or you could say, or when some of the variables saved and some of them didn't. But there's really nothing good that comes out of that. Alright, here's one I was thinking of, where I let the cow start walking down, because this is where I'm going to plant all the grass. But you can see, like, the longer you wait to do this, the more weeds that grow, so the longer it will take you. And this is generally why we do the grass in spring of year 3, because there's no weeds. The winter wipes them all out. It could be the grass. I mean, it could be the sprite count, but then, like, why is the vineyard slow? Why is the Green Ranch slow? Why is that one little spot outside the flower shop slow? I don't know. I can't find a theory that matches all of them. Alright, and so we can't force pull the egg anymore because when we reset it, reset all the physics, so everything is aligned again. So we actually have to move the chicken to get to the egg. And you can, like, theoretically manip the chicken's movements based on when you leave the house. But I couldn't find a good one that matched up with the cow moving, and the cow moving is more important. So we'll just move the chicken. Oh man, well the thing is, when we're speedrunning, we're using a console, so it doesn't do this. The problem, my PC can run Black Mesa. It can run Subnautica. I'm pretty sure it can run a Nintendo 64 game. It's the emulator, and I don't know how to fix it. Yeah, I mean, like, I can't TAS on console. Go, we're in year 2. This is year 2. Go, you like slept through the entire first year. Yeah, so the emulator really is not built for Harvest Moon 64. I had to do some very specific kind of overrides and little hacks to even make this work. I actually had to follow some Ocarina of Time tutorials to get Harvest Moon 64 to work with this emulator. So honestly, the fact that I got it running makes me happy for now. But that's my next goal. Alright, so here's Maria's ankle events. So on the console, there's actually a frame there where you can get that text to show up without the box, but there is no frame in the emulator, and it's part of the problem. I think it's related to well, the emulator trying to be a console and it's not. Alright, so we just proposed to Ellie. We're going to the bakery, and Ellie's like, hey, you gonna propose to me? Like, I didn't just do it 5 seconds ago. Ellie, I just used the blue feather. Ellie. You know what? I'm gonna say no. Just because it doesn't matter. It doesn't actually change the affection, but it's funny. I mean, I'm a speedrunner, so it's shorter text. You gotta refuse Ellie, even though I just proposed to you. Alright, so here is our last girl photo. It's Maria. She's finally warmed up to us enough. But it's too late, we've already proposed to Ellie. Yeah, well, you know, it's one of those things I would never have tried when I was, like, actually playing it. I wouldn't want to risk it. But when I can view the affection levels, I can just try this out and try this out, no problem. I don't mind it. Yeah, otherwise, I wouldn't know. I would never even risk it. Swim festival. We have our swim festival coming up. Yeah, no, that was pretty cool. I like that you can marry your rival in this magical melody. It's really funny. The thing is, it like ends the game. Like you can't continue after that, which is kind of annoying. I don't know. I think Rick's best waifu. He's just not eligible. But if he was, he'd be the best waifu. How do I know it's not gonna rain? So I mean, I can manipulate the RNG. What I was doing when I was actually playing it is, first of all, like, it largely doesn't matter. The chickens need like 3 rains before they actually get sick. But I can always just choose the next frame, choose the next frame, choose the next frame. You know, until I get the weather that I want. But for a festival like this, it's always going to be, it'll always be sunny. Alright, so that time we're going to do like, we're going to do the max racing. So what I was saying like about 3 hours ago about if we did Kai instead of, say, Cliff, then we would only have 4 people here. We could skip an entire text box. So, you know, we could be 2 seconds faster. Something like that. As opposed to like the first tier where I just flailed in the water until the last second, until Kyle almost beat me. Oh man, you know what? I don't think swimming's hard in this one. Some people do. But I think it really depends on the AI you're up against. I like how everyone's swimming in a hat. And then, like, on the left side of the aisle is everyone who's, like, jealous of you. And, like, Jeff, and Potpourri, and Maria, and... Oh, wait, I guess that's not all of them. Yeah, I mean, we kind of have a thing. We kind of have a thing here where our All Photos World Records tend to have missed swim festivals, like reset swim festivals, and then it's like permanent now because like, oh no, it's my best time. It has the second try swim festival in it, and it happened a few times in a row to different people. And it's like, oh, well, I guess it's a habit now. Oh, here's a fun fact. When I originally did this, if you saw the blue A appear at the bottom of that text there, that means like I waited a frame or two. You can actually see it. I originally had a typhoon in the weather for the next day, and I had to like manip that final dialogue, so I got good weather. But yeah, it was actually Sam who told me I could do that. Because I brought this up, I'm like, well look, I got a typhoon the next day, and it's the wedding, how am I supposed to... He was like, dude, just change the frame, you hit A on that text box. I was like, oh, okay, I'm a moron. But yeah, we have like groupthink here. I mean, I don't know why no one wants to run the JP all photos. Like, I think anyone, well, not anyone, I think my time could be easily beaten, the Japanese version, based on all the stuff that we know now. I don't know, the like, JP just isn't as much fun to do. So here we're going to enter the cow. We have to enter the cow into the festival so that we can win and get the cow photo. Alright, so the chicken up there, it moved off of the egg. So this is kind of an example of where I kind of manipulated going outside so that the chicken, like the default movement would be moving away from the egg, so I don't have to spend time picking up and moving the chicken. I could just go pick up the egg. Yeah, I mean, like... Let me think. Yeah, so I've been kind of on a Stardew Valley run myself. I think the biggest difference is that, like, Stardew Valley has this thing where you have very specific goals, and you get like rewards for doing the goals, and like I can see that being a big old draw. And it's fun multiplayer too. Like I play with my friends on it, and I can never do that with any of the HM games. But like Harvest Moon 64 totally open-ended. You could do whatever you want. You know, maybe an animal dies, but like whatever. But yeah, in like Stardew, you get like do this task, get this item for the community center. And, you know, befriend this person, and you get a random reward for doing this, and, you know, catch all the different types of fish, ship all the different types of things, we'll track, you know, all your stuff, and so you get, like, the little dopamine boost every time you do a little thing. I kind of feel it's the biggest difference. So, you know, it kind of depends on what you're into. I like both of them. So, I don't know, I kind of feel like I'm one of the few people here who also likes Stardew Valley. Like, I can't like two different games for two different reasons. Alright, Cow Festival. Cow Festival is kind of fun. In that, let's see, there is, the gate doesn't reach all the way over, so you can just kind of sneak on out. And you can't really do anything because the exits here, they're deactivated. Or like the loading zones are deactivated. But I mean, you know, you can kind of wander around. It's not as slow. Like if you're sitting in the crowd over there, it takes like double, triple time. But I was like sitting here running around trying to find like I don't know, any other way through. The funny thing is if you try to get back in, you can't get back in because the mayor's like, hey, why are you trying to leave? Even though you're trying to get back in. And you can't do the fast text glitch here, which makes me really sad. Like, I thought maybe if we could get the final frame on this locked door. Any second now. Any second now. There it is. Alright. Yeah, so the instant text glitch doesn't work with the cow photo. And that made me sad. I thought I could sneak one off. It did not work. It works at the Egg Festival, but I'm not sure why it doesn't work here, because it's one of those automatic, I guess, like, slow text was just enforced here. I don't know. But, you know, we won. Alright, so, I get another good chunk of stuff done today. Let me see, fall 5th, because we have to get the cow photo anyway, and I have to wait for Doug's shop to open. That's kind of the catch about today, is that, I can't go into Doug's shop until, I think, 8 a.m. So I have a little bit of time to burn here. Yeah, otherwise I can just do some of this other stuff until we can work back up to the top of the farm here. That's neat. So there's no skipping this cutscene either. Like, this one comes before the cow photo cutscene, and there's no way around it. And Tez, are you still talking about the Maria? How far behind are you? Yeah, we're past the cow festival now. Alright, so we have to keep loading the farm screen until we can get the cow photo. I believe it's here. Yeah, there it is. Alright, so this is the cutscene where we get the cow photo. Wait, so you can do it on console. Okay, alright. I mean, it still would be like a frame perfect trick. But, okay. Yeah, because we had the same problem with Maria's ankle. I couldn't get that little text glitch. So, we're still kind of waiting for Doug's shop to open. At 8 o'clock, it's like, what, 6:30 now? I know, it feels like longer because we just sat through like 3 different cutscenes. So I have to sell this chicken that we have before winter. That's kind of the catch. And while I'm there, I'm gonna get a potion and I can start the cow cycle, which isn't necessary, I think, but the days lined up with days that I'm doing other things, so I'm not gonna say no to like a free 6,500. So, like, another fun fact here. So there's an egg sitting over there by the doghouse. Like, my initial plan here was to give that last egg to Ellie, but her location isn't inside anymore. Her location is outside now, so she isn't in here. She's standing outside the house. I gotta wait till tomorrow to do it. I do remember that one. I was like, okay, fine, I'll just give it to you today. Oh, okay, maybe I'll hold on to it, I guess. Alright, so big thing here is we are trying to keep Ellie's affection. Well, we need Ellie's affection to be 250 at the end of spring year 3. Next thing is we need the horse's affection to stay up. Oh, here I'm doing it. So right before I go to sleep, I do one whistle, but that one whistle is adding an affection to the dog and the horse at the same time. So this is the double whistle that I did not figure out until like halfway through the run. I don't even know what day it is. I know we're gonna have to go outside for entering horse on the 27th. 15. Yeah, so alright, yeah, I'll brush him a couple times because I think right now he's sitting at like 140 something. So I want to push him up over 150 to get like a couple more boosts out of him. So the horse race works where you get two boosts forward for every 10 affection your horse has. And it's not 1 per 5, it's 2 per 10. Rounded down, obviously, because everything's rounded down in the game. So, like, getting him up to 150 is 2 extra boosts, which can be the difference here between, like, winning and losing. So, normally I wouldn't even do the horse race unless I have 160, 170. But it's the TAS, so I was like, maybe I can just kind of skirt it, make it work. Because I was losing pretty bad when I was at 140. The first time I tried it, I was at 140. It did not work out. So I only have 6 more boosts than that time. So it's still going to be kind of... Well, I thought it would be close. I think I got a better set of odds this time around. Yeah, so we basically have everything done for this season. We have to maintain the dog's affection, we have to maintain Ellie's affection, we have to win the horse race. Well, that's it. At some point, we have to buy a stairway. So we got the lumber from winning the swim festival, so we have to use that to buy a stairway before we max it out again at the dog race. The last couple of horse affection here. So yeah, we can go out and brush the horse, give Ellie an egg. I don't want to talk to her because it's like 5 boxes of text talking to her the first time. It's like, yay, let's have a wonderful life together, and all this, like, just give her an egg. The problem, actually, I figured this out later. The problem is that Ellie won't start feeding the chickens or crating up the eggs until that first dialogue box is cleared. So until you clear like the super enormous long, hey, now we're gonna live an entire wonderful life together, and it'll be wonderful, and it'll be a life, and it'll be a wonderful life that's wonderful. That she won't crate up the eggs or feed the chickens. And, I mean, this actually accidentally works to my advantage here because I'm still, like, I want the eggs to be there so that I can use them to raise her affection. And if she's crating up the eggs, you can't give her an egg. So it actually kind of accidentally worked in my favor. Alright, horse race time. Alright, today's a big day. Yeah, I got kind of lucky in that one of the two options that it was going back and forth between was I'm in the first race. So what I was looking for is, you know, being in the first race, but it was like, I'm in the first race, I'm in the third race. I'm in the first race, I'm in the third race. And those were the two frames it was going back and forth between. So I got kind of lucky in that. So like being in proximity to these, like the barn and the coop, actually that makes the load time even slower. So like if you're away from the barn, like the lag won't be bad, but as soon as the barn and the coop come on screen, the lag like significantly drops. Oh yeah, the cow? Yeah. No, it's okay, she's not here. She might be here, I don't know. Yeah, so now we're just, we're waiting for our race. We'll just kind of bounce around until our race starts. Because we have enough medals, no big deal. Yeah. Actually, I think Gogo told me how to do that one. I was like, how'd you do the thing in the mine where you did the... Yeah. Alright, so we wait till the last second, and then it's like boop, 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 hey. Definitely my least favorite part of doing this was the horse race, because there was no guarantee even when I got there that I would be able to win it. So I have failed this first race more times than I even want to remember. So when I finally got the horse race done, I was like, all right, like if I can do that, I can finish this thing. I didn't even notice the purple. I don't know if someone's setting the contrast to the we have like the same horse sprites, different contrast. So unfortunately, we don't get any affection bonus from doing this. I think maybe Doug and Anne get an affection, maybe, but it's kind of too late for Anne. All right, so now we can get rid of the chicken. Well, actually, we have to get rid of the chicken because fall 28, the winter's on our doorstep, so we have to get rid of the chicken, or it will die. Yeah, we've already pushed her over. We've already pushed over Anne. It's too late for her. I didn't forget to sell the chicken, did I? I gotta get rid of this chicken. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I know what's going on here. I'm waiting until winter so I don't get cutscenes in the mountain. Because I need to get the stairway before the dog race. I like how out of all the like realistic things, Well, yeah, no, it is dangerous. Don't do this. Let's see. So we need the stairway. We need to sell the chicken. I guess I could have done this on like the 29th. I bet I'm out of grass seeds. I bet that's why I waited for winter. Yeah, but like once I sell off this chicken, I'm like I can sleep through to the dog race. Like we are almost done. We got to be like 15-20 minutes from being done. So like hold on, we're about to like hit the thrusters here. The thing is like when we're doing when we're actually running this one, we get to this point we're like, oh, we have like an hour and a half left. Like no, it's like 20 minutes from now. What photos do we have left? We have the party photo, for sure. But yeah, they're all in the mailbox. What photos do we have left? I think it's just the party photo. Dog race photo, right? Obviously. Let's see. So I don't actually have my affection viewer up, but every single day the dog's affection is going down by 1 because he's outside and he's unfed. So each of these days I go to sleep, Ellie's affection is going down by 1, and the dog's affection is going down by 1. So whether or not I give affection to the dog, what's really important is that the dog's affection is at least 200 on summer 1 of year 3. As long as he's there, we're good. Hey, Mad Taz, you made it. Yeah, but as far as photos, we have, the dog race and the party photo. That's it. And here's a part that I've screwed this one up several times. You have to enter your dog into the race the day before. Yeah, so the evaluation is on summer the 1st of year 3. And that's the day that I have to have a very specific set of requirements met. But like the rest of it, like how or when we get the requirements don't matter as long as we have them all on that day. And that will be the final photo, which is I guess the controlling photo. Because it's always either granted or denied after the credits on summer 1 year 3. So spoilers if you haven't played yet though. All right, time to race some doggos. Yeah, I think I do the thing here again where if you talk to one of the people behind the desk at the last frame before the race starts, all the sprites are reset to your location. Like every sprite on the whole screen, or like all the girls, like the mayor, looks like his wife. Oh man, I didn't do it here. I guess I only did it once. I thought I did it twice. Oh no, I did! Yeah, I did it there too. I like that one. That one's funny. Hey, I won! Oh, yeah, I mean, it's just completely visual. It makes like no difference. Almost, yeah, first try dog race. I can't believe it. Yeah, go Pop Rant. Alright, I am getting out of here. So we bought the lumber before the race started. Okay, so only one photo left to go. That is the party photo. 23. Yeah, well, I mean, when you can... with the dog race, you can actually choose... when it says the first race is about to start, whatever frame you close that text box on, the winner is decided. So you just pick a different frame, and you go back and pick a different frame. Like, unlike the unlike the horse race photo, which you actually have to participate in. Oh, you know what? You're right. I don't have the house extension photo. I do have to get that one. You're right. So if you're wondering how my cow's still happy, there's this kind of neat thing where if you have grown grass before winter, the grown grass remains, you just can't see it. So the cow is like eating the grass that's under the snow. So it's not getting sick. Well, oh no, I've never forgotten to build the stairway. That has never happened to me before. Definitely never lost an all photos end of year race to forgetting to build a stairway. Who does that? Oh, look, that happened one time. That was one time. One time so far. Let's see. Alright, not a lot happened here. I'm trying to maintain the dog's affection, so picking him up is faster than whistling. So I can just pick him up here, set him down, and then it's neutral. So +1, -1, done. I don't care as much about Ellie here because, well, first of all, the baby born event is like +8. It's a real good amount. But also I have so many eggs in my bag. I think I have eggs in my bag. Yeah, that it turns out alright. What's my happy sad? Yeah, I don't even really have notes on it. I have the dog's affection and Ellie's affection per day. I don't have the happiness. So the thing is, I think while the cows were outside, I was manipulating the cows happiness. So there's like 3 or 4 of them out there, and each one will give you like plus 15 when they change to happy status. Can't promise the cow will be happy today. Actually, no. You need this to be a rainy day. Otherwise, you get like the cutscene with the old people. It's kind of annoying. But they don't show if it's raining, so this actually works in our favor. I don't know. I mean, you run all photos enough, you forget something at least. Like everything, you forget everything at least once. So also, it's raining. We don't get any of these later cutscenes out here. So you might get like in stream event, or you'll get the Ellie is cooking fish over by the tent. You don't get any of those if it's raining. So yeah, fortunate for us. Yes, there are many things, many ways to end an all photos run early without all the photos. Alright, so yeah, I'm trying to cram everything into this one day, so I'll be buying grass, and I will probably sell a cow today too, you know, before it gets sick. So it's not sick yet, it would get sick tomorrow. Well, 50-50, it would get sick tomorrow. You see I have like 18,000 there? I still haven't bought the greenhouse. The greenhouse is 30,000. I only have like 18,000 right now. So where's all that money coming from? Are we mining? It's the last spring. Yeah, happiness is actually, it's really high right now, because I manipulated the cow moods, for like a better term, the cow status. Alright, so let's sell a cow. Oh, Ames beef. See you later. So long, and thanks for the 6,500 G. Let's see here. I think. Let me see what the next day I go out is. I think Log Terrace finishes on the 8th, which also happens to be a festival day. Yeah, so I did hammer the cows. Yeah, and it effectively made it 0, but in the spring and summer of year 2, you know, your cows are all outside, so you can just manip their happiness. No big deal. Oh, there's our wonderful life together. So, I had to do that because the log terrace warped our animals inside. So now every day I have to manip Ellie, feeding the animals. And she doesn't... There's all those text boxes. I had to get rid of all those. So that dialogue right there gives a good bit of affection. If she's like, oh, I'm anxious, and you're like, that's fine, I'll be with you. Like, I had no idea that dialogue gave a bunch of affection until I had like the viewer up. No, I mean this run is beautiful, except for all the lag. But yeah, so I'm trying to minute Ellie feeding the chickens. And it doesn't have to be perfect. Like, she can miss a day or two and they'll get better, like whatever, as long as they are fed and happy on the first day of summer. As long as they're still, you know, alive. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect, but she's feeding them most of these days, because all our animals were warped inside when the log terrace finished. Yeah, she sleeps in the baby bed. No, that's my dog bed. Okay, Ellie sleeps on the table. My dog gets that bed. Let's see, any day now will be baby day. Any day now. Any day now. There we go. Alright, so I tried to get around this priest too. I tried. I really did. But you have to talk to Ellie first. So, here's the thing. I originally planned on planting the rest of the grass today, right? Because we can't get the baby until 3 o'clock. That's fine. And, you know, with TAS movement, it's no problem. I can do all this stuff super fast, as opposed to if I had a controller, it would be, well, limited. The problem is going to be energy. So we never got the ocean berry, and it's technically not required, but it will force me to spend 2 days doing this because I just don't have the energy. So I'm thinking for next time I could either make sure I have food in my bag or something to replenish energy, or go for 7 power berries, because at this point, fishing up the power berry during like an off day or like some dead time would actually be beneficial. I know I would have more time to do things in another run, because I learned this run that if there's someone on the farm, your tills don't count toward the upgrade, and I didn't know that. So I actually ended up doing a lot more tills than I needed to. But I did not plan to run out of stamina here. I just did. But I mean, this also kind of goes back to I planned to plant a lot of this grass a lot earlier, and I just failed to realize that the flower shop just doesn't sell grass in fall, so I had to wait. But yeah, see, here I'm just gonna run out, and what I end up doing here is I'll plant what grass I can, and then I try to minute the grass or the weed locations, so I don't have to like chop these. But otherwise, it's like so close. Oh yeah, I still have rocks in my bag. Those stay there forever. We're just gonna so normally you can't leave the farm, because that guy up there is standing in your way, but you can just kind of jump off and, you know, it's a normal day everywhere else. What I like about this is the shipper is the highest priority cutscene that I'm aware of. It's even higher than selling a cow. So what we can do here is we can use the shipper standing there to override selling off the cow cutscene, and we can just skip the whole dialogue, the whole everything. We just sell a cow, no big deal. I know, I wanted to be able to use the greenhouse out there, but there's just no use for it. Yeah, so you don't have to worry about him walking off or anything. Like, you warp back up to stop the farm. Yeah, he doesn't say anything to you. He's not even there. But you still get the benefits for selling cow. You just don't have to sit through that cutscene. But yeah, no, I'm glad I was able to use it too. It's yeah. Otherwise, like the only reason to even go out there is to find the greenhouse. All right, so we made today rainy. Um, I forgot why. There was a really specific reason why. I think it cut off a cutscene that's out here. Anyway, so I've made up the weeds to not show up here. And so I actually originally I planned on like planting all the grass and then coming in to do the baby spams, but actually, uh, yeah, no, I've sold off all my friends. Yeah, so I originally planned on planting all the grass and then going in to get the baby, but apparently Ellie picks up the baby and walks outside after a certain time. I think it's like 9 or 10 a.m. So instead, I'm just grabbing all the photos here out of the mailbox. But I'm thinking also for like for future attempts. Yeah, okay. So I'm getting these cutscenes out. The cutscenes aren't going to play when it's raining. But I think for future attempts, I'm going to try getting the photos out of the mail one at a time after they're in there. And that way you don't have to like read through all the like flower shop things, all the like girls that send you letters, and you can just get straight to the photos. Yeah, like unfortunately there's still a spam. We still have to sit through the spam. No, it's alright. The baby got that +3 from doing the bridge work a year ago. It'll be fine. I mean, it sure is cute, but is it easy to handle? That's the real question. Yeah, so +2 affection for both these guys for these dialogues, which is great. See, yep, there's the answer. There's the answer. Babies are easy to handle. They sure are. Doesn't make me want one anymore. All right, so we bought the greenhouse today, and that'll make it done on, I believe, the 30th. So the animal's gonna warp inside. Well, no, you're not gonna know that. We just know that monkeys are awesome. We'll never know if chickens are cute or not. Yeah, just let the wife take care of them. Yeah. Yeah, that's why it was easy for you, because she did all the work. Yeah, yeah, we did Monkeys Are Awesome. We did Monkeys Are Awesome in like fall year one. I mean, I can clip it for you if you want. Yeah, yeah, we were debating using the monkey or the dragonfly. But I think it only works with a monkey. I think I was just getting the dragonfly out of the way. Alright, so here's the cutscene. I wanted to skip because it was raining, but I ran out of stamina yesterday, so we gotta sit through it. My bad. Oh yeah, undutiful. The undutiful. Yeah, she doesn't even take care of the baby. What an undutiful daughter. Yeah, I mean, sacrifices had to be made. But you can see, I admitted some of these weeds, but not all of them because they're not all necessary. We need 43 bags, but we don't need to use all of the seeds for those. So, there's a slight room for, I guess, weeds in my grass field. But, you know, Dad doesn't mind his eval. As long as we have the grass somewhere in the entire field, he doesn't care if there's, like, rocky patches and stumps and weeds. He doesn't care. He just counts the plots of grass. Because he's like an accountant, I think. But this is technically correct. Good job. And here's the part where I buy the grass that I was supposed to buy in the first year. So, 220 G to spare. Good stuff. Let's see. Oh, I remember this. So, when I did Maria's ankle events, I also planned to talk to the mayor. But what I didn't realize was that Maria's ankle event leaves you outside the house and not inside the house. So I was mistaking it for the sick event, and I totally forgot to talk to the mayor, who was inside the house. And so when I got to this point, the mayor was 3 points short. I think he was like 157 out of a 160 requirement. So I had to like run out there and talk to him just to make ends meet. I think the emulator is kind of playing tricks. Well, I mean, again with the grass or the carpenter, there's something in common with the Green Ranch, my farm, the vineyard, and a little square of land outside the flower shop. That's it. But I don't know what it is. Something about those spots in particular cause like heavy load lag time. Alright, so here we are at the end. Pretty straightforward, I think. Not a lot of... Yeah, usually it's you know, you're going back through your checklist. Like, hey, did I remember to do this? Did I remember to do this? Did I remember to do this? I did literally talk to the mayor the last day of the run, because I forgot the ankle event day. Dude, I'm telling you, I planned everything down to like one affection level for everyone, and then I screwed it up and I had to make it work as I went. But I think that's how it goes. The thing is, like, this run isn't linear, you know? It's not Super Mario 64. You can't say, I'm gonna get the 1-1 star first. I'm gonna get the 1-2 star next. You know, it's like, you know, yeah, maybe this, maybe 2100 will be the year that we see a decent emulator. We just have to wait long enough for one to come out. That's the spirit. We just have to wait long enough. Yeah, so if I were to do this again, and I probably will, it's like, let's be real here. I think there's a couple differences I would make. I think first of all, I would use crops instead of fishing to get money at the beginning. So I would definitely still use fishing sporadically for random, you know, more money, but I wouldn't rely on it for opening money. I might plant a couple turnips and then let it rain for 4 days in a row. This TAS route is doable RTA. I think so. The difference is it takes a lot of risks that we would absolutely not take RTA. You know, first try coin, first dog race, first horse race, like, get out of here. I won like 3,000 medals on one bet. It is technically possible. Yeah, it's just we play a lot safer when we do it for real. Let's see, what else do I do different? The stamina carrot. I would get the stamina carrot. I would definitely do Jeff spam instead of the mayor. And if I do Jeff spam, I would also do Kai with the berries, which means I would also go chickenless. So Ellie would be getting the fish. But then going chickenless, I guess it's the part where I'm stuck. Like, because technically chickenless would be faster for Ellie photo, but we'd be faster for everything else. I don't know. It is a pretty complicated run. It's kind of hard to prove one way or the other. But, you know, this is my best attempt to prove the fastest that I can manage, given the tools I have. But RTA, yeah, I mean, you could theoretically do all this stuff here, RTA. The problem is the RNG. That's it. Also, like, routing. Yeah, rainy day, RNG too. I got a lot of, you know, quote-unquote fortunate rain. AIM, we sold you. You made it back. I thought you were beef. Yeah, AIM, you won the Cow Festival. Can you believe it? No, I was just kidding, Desert won the Cow Festival. But... yeah, that's another thing. Mining. No, not gonna happen. No, I'm just kidding, AIM. I put you in the barn until I was ready to sell you. I never even hammered you. Dude, I know this this TAS is like 10 minutes long. I mean, not really, but like compared to... Oh, dude, demo, what are you playing? Like, it's still question marks on the schedule. You must let us know. Not AIM, I sold you for beef. You're beef now. You're on someone's RB sandwich. Mary Ann McDemo the beef. Oh, that'd be weird. I'd make him have weird feelings. Oh man. Yeah, so that's the thing. Even with all this lag, even with all the lag, it's yeah, today's TAS is sponsored by Arby's. Could be worse. Oh, am I behind estimate? Here, let me fast forward the video. My bad. Yeah, so I would definitely change Cliff and the mayor. I really thought the mayor would be faster because he's just closer most of the time. But I think that Jeff Spam would be less of a headache, honestly. Yeah, and then Cliff not showing up at the swim festival kind of lines up too. Let's see. Ellie's definitely best wife. There's not a lot more I would change about this. I would definitely use farming more in a TAS. But that's it. Actually, actually plant grass in the first season and not forget that it doesn't, it's not sold in fall. That was a pretty huge mistake. Oh man. Yeah, so I'll keep messing with settings here on my emulator. I've gotten it to get rid of some, but not all. But yeah, I'd like it to at least be actually viewable. Like it's almost painful to watch the emu lag in real time. Like it hurts. All right, here's where you spam A. All right. Fun fact: there's still a photo in the mailbox. So the problem with getting the greenhouse done at the very end is that the photo's not in the mailbox, and I didn't actually see that until it was too late. So here we go, and our photos. All right, demo. I got a little bit of kind of for funsy stuff going on here, but I'm more or less done here.